Hello everybody, welcome to stream. We are here with SendouQ Season 4 finales. Finals. We got game 1 here up and ready for you guys. We got round 1. But before we get ahead of ourselves, I am joined here by the lovely Pat. Do come say hello.
Hello, Fufu. I'm so glad to be here. We have, the best teams in the scene, ready to fight it out. And like, you can say a team is good after it's won a tournament. These teams have been going through the SendouQ. They've been playing all season to show consistently how good they are. Now we're going to see in the last few games who is going to come out on top. And we're going to start with the group stage. 2 groups of 6 teams all going to fight each other in a round robin. And we're going to start by watching Lethal Company employees going against Motif.
It sounds like these guys are going to be getting to work very soon here. These rosters may have familiar players to you guys. And as you said, these players play tournaments here and there. They top tournaments. They get podium. And these two are not shy of that at all. You know, they're strong and they made it here for a reason.
Yeah, and it's 2 different ways of seeing competitive Lethal Company employees. They love pickups. They're 4 players that make pickups all the time to go into tournament, absolutely shred, and then change, go with different players again and again. Motif, very much an established team that I mean, we don't need to introduce much more. They know how to play with each other. So now we'll see who does best. The team that knows how to adapt versus the team that knows how to play with each other just better, that is more specialized, I guess.
It's like you pick your battles here, but I do want to take a look at the map that we are going to be starting off with, because we are starting on Mahi Mahi zones. I believe it is all zones here. It is very much all zones. And Mahi Mahi, ever since that rework, has definitely grown in the charts. You know, the rework was a while back, but I mentioned it here and there because it's just, ever since those changes, Mahi Mahi has been a lot more of an enjoyable map to play, especially here on splat zones. You know, once the water comes down, it's even better. Your map is a lot more open. There's a lot more space to move. Personally, it's a favorite.
Yeah, and what I love is that lots of different weapons, lots of different strategies can really work on this map. Whether you go to the side with that long path that allows you to jump around with a lot of cover, or you can also drop to the other side and instantly be under the zone, but you're also instantly into the fight. This map, wide open spaces, cover, ledges, there's a bit of everything for everyone, and that's why I think lots of players consider it one of their favorite maps, because everybody's happy here. Everybody gets something in the result.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like, you'll get ledges, you'll get open. And honestly, I want to see if we're going to get any differences in comp here. We did just have balance changes, I believe. It was 2 days ago now. So Pencil got its paint nerfed a bit. I know Squeezer got its range nerfed a bit. 2 weapons that we would see here and there. And I wonder if we're still going to be seeing these pencils, or we're still going to be seeing Squeezers. Any weapon that got changes, if they're still going to be out of the, out on this field. And we're going to be fighting here very soon.
Yeah, you know, like, I've seen everybody say that these changes are very small, but they are very well targeted changes that affect a lot of the weapons that you see a lot. I mean, we see, here comes the pencil, the blasters, the squeezers. We see the weapons that are affected by these changes. A small change to 3 weapons in your composition, it adds up, and we'll see how these teams are able to adapt to that. Right now, Lethal Company employees are the first one to get around the zone, already getting in and pushing Duck Motif away.
Yeah, these guys are getting to work, but unfortunately, Sign-Up's getting picked off right there. Looks like Duck Motif is not shy of moving forward, quickly forcing every member of not Duck Motif, Lethal Company employees to move back here as they're getting the zone. You can see them already trying to put a lot more turf on the floor, taking out that range blaster as well, which is going to be huge, allowing one of their bigger, ledge camp options to be gone. But Lethal Company employees already retaliating here, putting the whale out, getting picks. It's quite bloodshed here on the field.
Yeah, and the bloodshed is not stopping. Signups on the zone right now, able to paint, apply penalty for Lethal Company. They're in. They have the control now. It's their turn to try to stop things. But Vexen is on fire right now, getting in, already getting a pick, and allowing the rest of the team to go in. The Kraken, the defensive Kraken for Lethal Company, is going to stop that push and allow Lethal Company to get the lead right there.
Yeah, I love the displacement Kraken was able to bring here, allowing Lethal Company employees to get, I think 2 picks out of it just from that displacement alone. But Duck Motif is bringing out these specials, bringing out everything to the field to try and find an opportunity here, because these points are ticking down in the favor of Lethal Company employees. You're going to be wanting to go here very soon, and just like that, the zone flipped in just an instant. You blink and you will miss it. Again, Duck Motif moving forward once more as Lethal Company employees suffers a loss of 2 of their players. Duck Motif is able to set up in a bit more of, like a defensive lockout position here.
Yep, right now both teams still looking at each other. No more penalty for Duck Motif, but I mean, Lethal Company employees already running back in there and getting a few splats. Wait, they're not able to apply penalty yet. There's still a few more points for Duck Motif. Very nice.
Yeah, you never know when those small amount of points are going to be coming in handy here if you're Motif. But right now, Motif is getting a little bit collapsed on here by the members of Lethal Company employees here, slowly taking their picks left and right here. So I love these strikes here from Henlo. Just there to make a lot of space, a lot to displace and force members of Motif into the hands of Lethal Company employees. That was just a really great set of events there for Lethal Company employees. I love that, and they are almost done with their penalty points as well. They're just having to hold this for a couple seconds. There you go. And honestly, if I were them, I'd be looking to try and knock this out.
Yeah, and the lock is pretty good for Lethal Company. They have a lot of players down onto Motif. Motif trying to get in. The Zipcaster is coming a bit late. Will it be enough? Are they able to paint? Oh, that's game number 1 for Lethal Company employees. Motif a bit behind, not that much though. It really was decided by a single fight there.
Yeah, because we saw that zone be contested by Motif. Like, that was a smidge away. Had that Zipcaster probably stayed alive for just a second longer, that zone might have just been flipped. Lethal Company employees did an amazing job at holding. Again, when they were chaining their specials there, especially those strikes that I mentioned earlier, you know, they forced members of Motif where they wanted them, where they needed them, where they can get to them reliably and pick them off and just continue to hold up from there. From there, it was just, okay, it's a little bit of risk to try and knock this out, but it worked in their favor, sealing game 1.
Yeah, but that is just game 1, Fufu. We have lots more game to go through. This is a best of 5, and now we're going to go on to Crableg Capital. Still for Splat Zones. This is a Splat Zone tournament. And yeah.
I love the crab leg capital zones. You know, I know the crab leg zones in particular isn't some people's favorites. Personally, I like the extra options we have here. While it is, you know, technically that quote-unquote Tetris map that we see, you know, throughout Splatoon 3, we have these grates to move in, we have these pits to move in. You're not just limited to 1 or 2 methods of attack on this map, and that's what I like about it. Again, we have that zone in middle. We're definitely going to be seeing these pencils out again, but I want to see if we're going to get any other picks or if these comps are going to be staying the same.
Hey, we could see a bit of change. We'll know when we get there, but as you said, we both backlines. we like these wide open spaces, someone on the grid that we can snipe. That's the dream, right?
Yeah, you see someone on the open, it's just like, oh, hey there, buddy. And you just see the laser coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, but time to fight. By the way, that map was chosen by Motif. It's going to allow them to maybe get back in there. And honestly, given Red Shell Zipcasters, this is such a good zipcasting map. Once you're able to zipcast through the grates, you really have a lot of freedom of movement and can change the game pretty fast.
Speaking of those grates, this also helps because Richard's on brush of all things. You can run through those grates just as fast. And we are already seeing the zone flip in the favor of Lethal Company employees right off the bat, but Motif is quickly trying to contest this here in center, waiting for these picks to come out. Oh, I heard that tap. Barenza coming in with a double, trying to make it a triple, getting picked off just there at the edge. But Motif now is in control of the zone once more, and it's looking to keep this lockout position here. We're already seeing Synapse move a little bit to the right here, trying to find an opportunity. Ooh, with Azuka catching the blaster instead right here. Lethal Company employees are a little bit down here as they're just waiting for an opportunity to get back to that zone.
Yep, and it looks like Bazooka is going to find one. That's the opportunity for Lethal Company to move forward unless Red Shell has something to do about it. Lots of bombs flying. It looks like Motif are able to hold the zone. No penalty applied. That Kraken cannot paint. And the pencil is still trying to dodge things. Oh, a pick on the pencil by Kira right there. Motif still in control. They're looking at a quick KO, Fufu.
Yeah, they're looking forward here. Honestly, just again, around 10 more seconds to hold, and Lethal Company employees have to get it together here as they take 2 members of Motif down. This might be what they need here to flip the zone, and flipping it indeed. They do here, just barely. Motif has a crazy lead right now of 6 points. So Lethal Company employees has a chance, they gotta hold this just as long as Motif did. Or, add this up by the end here to take a lead. It's gonna be a lot here, but, anything's possible here.
Yep, the Kraken is trying to follow Rachel, but Rachel is much faster, way too fast to be chased by a Kraken right there. Lethal Company losing player after player, and Motif are back in control now. I mean, I guess why they chose to go onto this map, it's really working for them.
Yeah, it seems like they are really in their element here, especially with the way they've been playing around these ledges, playing around with these picks. It's like they know this map like the back of their hand, and I love to see it right here. And it looks like the Lethal Company employees are going to be coming in, trying to take the zone once more. The more penalty points you can apply onto Motif, the better. You don't want them to have the zone, and they're doing a great job right now as they took 3 members off of Motif, again, giving them the same song and dance that they gave to them here, throwing bombs, putting themselves in that lockup position. The longer you can hold this, the better. Their penalty points are almost out, and there they go. Points now being ticked down.
Yeah, and this is where we see Lethal Company when they are in control, when they are in position. Synapse with that wall able to stay up there, forcing all of Motif to look at them. And it's working. They're still here. They're still forcing a lot of attention. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. 22 points left, but Motif able to apply penalty again, able to get a lot of splats. That's going to be a jump out for Synapse. And that's Motif back in control. 1 minute and 40 seconds left for Lethal Companies to come back. But at least they showed that they were able to hold the zone when they can.
What I've noticed is that when Motif's Zipcaster starts coming out on the field, they absolutely utilize that distraction game that Red Shell brings onto the field, and I think that's what brings in their quick retakes there, and I love to see it. But before I get ahead of myself there, it looks like Lethal Company employees, nope, it's gonna flip right back in the favor of Motif just as fast.
Lethal Company cannot catch a break on this map. They lose another player. Synapse jumping away. It's just a pencil left to keep their spawn safe, as all of Motif are simply trying to keep the fight ahead of the zone. Lethal Company really struggling to get in the hand low. Still trying to get there, still trying to paint that zone now with the tactical up. They are fighting for it. They're very close. No more penalty. Motif able to... Oh, they got it.
Yeah, the power of pencil here, even despite these nerfs, it's still got a good chunk of paint here. And the rest of Lethal Company employees are jumping in as well. Again, they're reaching some of their last opportunities to try and take this lead. They have to hold us pretty much all the way through, I think, if they want to take this lead right here. If they can get, honestly, it's going to get very tough here because Motif, they also are going to be pretty, I wouldn't want to say desperate, but it's going to get a little bit more tense here to try and take the zone back. We are trading 1-for-1s here, and we are close to this flip, to this knockout point. There comes the Zipcaster from Red Shell. Is that going to end it up? It might. The zone. Motif left the zone alone. And Lethal Company employees got the knockout. Oh my god.
Motif, they were winning that fight, and they had the pencil painting the zone, but I believe it was Henlo still counter painting what the pencil was doing. And I mean, 3 days ago, I bet the pencil would have won, but this time that was enough for Lethal Company to get the lead and get the KO by a hair. I mean, Motif was surrounding the zone, simply fighting and not painting.
Dude, that, the zone was on the smidge, the very edge of getting capped. No, neutralized, excuse me.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy just how down to the hair, down to the wire that was. It's ridiculous, and that also makes it all the more entertaining. Lethal Company employees get to have another check on these rounds here as we move on to Hagglefish Market Zones. Dang, y'all can't be pulling out these maps that are just this good. But again, a little bit of backline bias, methinks.
Yeah, I mean, both of these games were very close, were down to a drop of ink that we just saw right there. It was down to nothing, but both times it was Lethal Company coming back on top. Now Dark Motif.
Absolutely.
Now it's a completely different game for Dark Motif. Earlier they could tell themselves, okay, we are on even ground, we are about the same level, we are about the same painting power. Now Dark Motif, despite being so close to Lethal Company, they have a mountain to climb, they have to do so much. And they have to create a surprise on Hagglefish Market, the map that has been probably the most played in this Splatoon 3 game. We've seen this map every tournament, every set of top level Hagglefish Market has come by.
Oh my goodness, it's just such a good map. It's been here since the beginning. You know, this is the beloved. This is the map. I personally see Haggle on a similar footing as Mako personally. As in the, you know, how fun they are to play during zones maps, and I feel like this is gonna be perfect. I mean, both teams have their pencils, both teams have well, one team has their blaster, you know, you have a brush on the other. I think both of these teams are still gonna be thriving on this map one way or another.
Yeah, and that Zipcaster coming from Red Shell is going to be key into shutting down what Lethal Company can do. And well, never mind, no Zipcaster. Red Shell is bringing the roller, the vanilla roller, to, I mean, big bubbler onto these zones gives you the zone, and that's always a good thing to have.
Absolutely. Here, I also want to note that Duck Motif actually changed up a little bit, and they're running double cooler. Which is really interesting here. They're opting to bring double cooler instead of a different special here that could possibly help with the zone, which is very interesting. Using the, like, basically using the sheer strength of their weapons in order to get back in, which is which is an interesting approach. It's not new. It's not something uncommon, but it's still like, whoa, it's happening.
It's a strategy that is used more and more. Lots of teams like to try it and make it work. I always feel like it's a bit risky because once your opponent is in control, you like the pushing tool. And right now, Lethal Company are very much in control, and Duck Motif struggling to push, are very much in danger right now. They need to get in, they need to get onto the zone and paint it. As Red Shell drops to the side with the roller and is trying to get in there. 25 sticks left onto the zone. Duck Motif needs to get in, Fufu.
They gotta get in here. They do have this bubble in their favor, and that zone capping just barely here, stopping that count at 13. Took a couple picks, but it looks like Lethal Company employees are fighting right back just as fast as they recap the zone within a couple seconds here, able to just get that picking power on the field. I believe they did get 2 picks right then there, and that was just enough to stop the force of Duck Motif. So that's going to come out getting 2 with it, and opting to push a little more forward. Nope, it's opting to step a little bit more back, but you know, those picks are already going to be huge here for Lethal Company employees. But we turn our eyes for a second, and Duck Motif is in control of the zone again.
Yeah, Lethal Company, it seemed like they were playing for the KO, but right now they're very happy to simply see the penalty applied as long as they stay on the map. As I say that, they lost 2 players and they're moving back into their spawn. Duck Motif finally able to break the defense, to go in and put themselves up, and very nice snipe on to Bazooka by Kira right there. Kira is going on with that Squeezer, showing that Squeezer is still a top tier weapon, and with Bazooka that's going to be more splats. Kira is not stopping.
They have no signs of it either. They are going ham. This is where we're going to be seeing this double cooler absolutely excel here on this offense from Duck Motif. But I think as we're saying that, yeah, we're seeing Lethal Company basically get their last ditch effort and just trying to go in. Are they going to be able to cap this against the force of Duck Motif? They're able to take 2 members off of Duck Motif and capping it, still holding their lead by a singular point.
Almost a comeback by Duck Motif, but the Lethal Company again able to get back in there, win the painting fight, and forcing Duck Motif to get more fights. Red Shell getting in there with the roller, gets 1, doesn't get the second though, and all of Duck Motif are still trying to fast. Kira activating Bazooka, forcing everybody to move away as Duck Motif paints the zone again, applies penalty, keeping themselves alive in this set.
Oh my goodness, it's gonna get incredibly tense here because both of these teams are gonna be fighting either to knock out or just to get the lead here, and it is down to the wire once more. These teams are pushing these games as far as they can, and listen, we only have a minute left here, and we've been almost going back and forth on this zone here. It's gonna get a little scrappy here, if you ask me.
Yep, right now, Motif know what they need to do. Bubbler onto the zone. That's going to give them the flip again, but they have a huge penalty to come back from. 1 minute to do so. Rachel getting in there with the roller. Oh, he's punished. Rachel was out of ink.
Oh, that one hurts. Running out of ink when you have a kill right in front of you is probably the worst feeling. I can't even lie.
And right now, Lethal Company, they're on a victory lap. They almost got no penalty. There's almost no time left. Motif is going to have to scramble their way to the zone. It's not working. Ah, no more penalty. It's Lethal Company looking to end this. Who painted the zone? Okay.
Pencil. Average special behaviors on zone. If you've been, we are also seeing that bubble come out on the field that might give Motif the paint they need, and doing so, especially because they were able to take basically the lane wipe all the members of Lethal Company employees. Motif has one last chance to bring this home. Lethal Company employees have a lot to get through right here, especially because this is where we're going to be seeing this double cooler XL, and there's their first one for Motif. If they can hold this and just bring this down to 3, not even knocking out, down to 3, it could be Motif's game.
Yeah, Motifs only need to hold for a few more seconds. They're not that far behind as Lethal Company employees are throwing everything they can to get onto that zone. The Kraken is on the zone. Everybody's falling to paint. And the pencil is trying to paint against everybody, but it's not enough. Once again, Lethal Company employees win it by a hair.
Oh my goodness, forcing that neutral hand there at the end. It's like, despite being pretty knocked out there, Lethal Company employees seeing this through, grabbing that neutral and taking this home with a 3-0 set. Incredible stuff.
I mean, I feel like Lethal Company were the better team here, obviously, as they showed. But this didn't feel like a 3-0. Lethal Company can be pretty happy that they got away with a 3-0 right here. That's going to help them in the placement. That's going to help them in the following games. They come in with momentum.
Absolutely. These teams are fighting for those top 2 spots in groups to move to top cut. So any win in this round is going to be huge. You get that head start. It's all good things come for the winners on these rounds.
Yeah, we'll see how things go, and we'll see a different game very soon, right after this break. And welcome back to the SendouQ Season 4 finale. I don't know why we say finale. Finals? Finale. Well, the end of SendouQ Season 4. I am Pat here with Fufu, ready to watch round number 2 of group stage. We are about to watch Team Percent going against Mango Heckmeck.
Oh my goodness. How are we, we're seeing 3 percentages. We're seeing percent. You know what we're going to do? We are just simply going to say percent to save our brains right now. I can't even lie. We got interesting teams here. Mango Heckmeck is a team that I have seen before, but I haven't. There might be some familiar names on the percent side. Pat, you got anything here?
I mean, I know Mango Heckmeck very well. They're a legend in the European scene. They've been here a long time. They've been fighting so well and so much. They've been grinding, and honestly, I'm so glad to see them recognized as a top team these days. On the side of Percent, I think that's a pickup of individual players who have shown how good they can be. More on the NA side, which I'm less familiar with.
Which is fair enough. Honestly, we can honestly go ahead and talk about the map here as well. We can turn our attention to Barnacle and Dime zones. I love this map. Again, Backline bias talking. You don't trust a person with a leader in their hands, is all I'm saying. They cannot make good decisions. I make good decisions.
Yeah, this map mode was chosen by Team Percent, so I expect them to bring some range, maybe bring a crab tank. There are so many good range options that can work in here. Also, everything that has a good shield, whether it's a tent or splash wall, can do incredibly well in here. And the rule on Barnacle and Dime zones is don't get wiped. Do not get wiped. If you get wiped, you give so much ground to your opponent, and it is so hard to get back into the center of the map. Both teams will need to either never get wiped or have the tools to push back in.
Yeah, no, it's basically death on its own here to get wiped. There's maps that are nasty on Lockout. This is definitely one of them. Lockout in general is already, it's already a rough situation. So you're like, oh goodness, we are pushed as far back as we can, or nearly as far back as we can. Some maps just push it to the extreme. This Barnacle and Dime just being absolutely no exception. I know we did get some changes as of, I think, like 2 updates ago or so, I believe. Well, every map and their mom got an update at some point. Yeah, Time was in there. We had a little bit of an extra pit, but that's probably there just to pick out any pencils that we might be seeing. I don't actually know if we'll be seeing any pencils. I went to go check the player weapons. I don't think we're getting pencils on the side of Percent, but I don't know. Anything could happen. I don't think either team has pencils.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen these players play it, so maybe not the most range. And you talked about that pit that was added to the side. When it was added, I was convinced it could give people another way onto the zone. It would give another route there. And more often than not, it's not really used as a route and more as an extra spot to fight in, and an extra, really a flank route and not a way for your team to push through. So...
It's like... You guys want to scrap? Go to the pit. It's like pointing, it's like scolding. Go to the pit if you're gonna fight. Go, get in there. Go.
Yeah, the pencil can't see you if you're in the pit, so that's where you fight now.
It's like, man, either that or they go there to bully the pencil that's on snipe. It's like if they're not already on the snipe that's closest to, on that little window. If they're not already in front of the zone, and they're on that little window, and you know what they can do? They can go to the pit, and they can bully that pencil. Or charger, whichever. I don't know. Whichever one they feel. I think someone's running late on traffic. I think someone might be in traffic here.
Hey, I mean, on the if you take a look at the groups right there, in Group A, where these teams were, there was a bit of scraps between Mango Heckmech and BtDx. Mango Heckmech won their set, but that was 3-2. That was incredibly close for Mango Heckmech, able to beat their seed. On the other side, Percent, they went 3-0. So maybe either 1% from Mango Heckmech is still recovering from the game 5, or someone on the side of Percent fell asleep while waiting for them.
I think they just got in here, so we might be seeing our match get up and ready soon. Of course, we have a little bit of a waiting period here as we wait for weapons and things to get going. But honestly, I feel like we're gonna have a really exciting match here in our hands. Starting off on Barnacle and Dime, we know how silly Barnacle and Dime can get, so it's all more exciting. That's the fun part about watching a top level play. These guys can pull anything out of their hats, and we're just like, oh, draw.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to the season finale, we know that you have a lot of range, that you can adapt to pretty much anything that SendouQ throws to you. And there's a lot that can happen. For instance, communications errors. We're getting notifications that Percent is having a few internet issues. So not surprising. Players are here, at least. We should be able to fix that very, very fast. So just a bit more time to talk about this map. I mean, or this tournament. Yeah. They
just went 0-1 to the internet router.
Yeah, happens. The network. Nintendo telling us that they fixed the connection issues. Yeah. Okay, so a team is looking for a sub now. Internet gave up.
Fix the net code or whatever in the patch notes. Yeah, all right, Nintendo. But yeah, it happens sometimes. Internet issues, just We're playing online, and you're communicating between 8 players. It's bound to happen one way or another. Sometimes it's just out of the player's control, and it is what it is. So, as we wait here, we got a little bit more Barnacle. You got a lot more Barnacle and Dime to talk about. I beef with it. I can't even lie. I'm beefing with this map. I love this map, yet I beef with this map. Tetris looking piece.
It's hey, I feel like it's a map where pushing is incredibly hard, where getting back into the game is incredibly hard, but it's also a map that's very fair, that gives you interesting team fights, that rewards coordination, that rewards really being able to assemble a push, being able to coordinate your defense. There's a lot of good playing that is being rewarded on this map. That is going to feel very rough if you're not able to get these pushes. But the map itself, despite being very punishing, is also very, very fair, and as you said, very cool to play on.
I feel like that middle section is probably what makes it, the most enjoyable to play. It's like Barnacle. Not Barnacle. Barnacle is like Barnacle, excuse me. It's like Hagglefish. It is early. You gotta bear with me here. Hagglefish, but it has that similar mid layout to Hagglefish, except a little bit thicker on the side, and it's slanted. It's the closest thing that it reminds me of, and I think that also brings that enjoyment factor up. We love our Hagglefish, unless you're like the 1% that doesn't like Haggle. This ain't about you. Anyway, I'm playing. Oh, we love Barnacle and Dime in this house, is what I'm saying.
Yes, we do. We do love Barnacle and Dime. Okay, we're still waiting for the subs right now. It is getting resolved. We are getting there at least. And it's pretty rough. You get your team, you play together for the whole season, but when comes the time of the final tournament, your internet doesn't cooperate. I mean, if you're a Splatoon player, you have to learn to make do with that, I guess.
Because it is what it is in this house. Honestly, Pat, we're gonna get off topic for a split second.
Oh yeah.
What team are you for Final Fest?
Okay, to me, there's two important things to Splatoon. Thing number one, Splatoon is about the now. It's about the right now, about living the moment, about enjoying the moment. And the other thing that's really important to know about Splatoon is that I pledge allegiance eternally to Off the Hook, my beloved couple. So there is no hesitation for me that I have to go with Team Present.
You and I both, dude. I feel like a lot of the, like, all of the teams, like, for Spotfest just they each have their own reason for picking them. Like, none of them are wrong, in my opinion. Present is just, I don't know. I love you just living in the now, as you said. It's what makes it fun. And honestly, I'm excited for the stages we're gonna get. Dude, we got a big run during Riptide, which is kind of crazy. We got Grand Fest big run happening during Riptide.
Yeah, and it looks pretty awesome. Lots of players, lots of spoilers going around, by the way. Be very careful if you go on social media. But yeah, it even just what has been announced officially looks incredibly enticing. I can't wait to play it with my friends. There's so much to play on it. So, and I mean, discovering a new map through Salmon Run, knowing that we will play on it on Tricolor Turf was... it's the first. It's the first one we get to see a map in Salmon Run first, then it goes to PvP. So that's going to be a fun way to play, I guess.
Imagine if they introduced all of the new maps like that. You know how fun that would have been? And I mean, it's fun in concept, just like get a little early sneak peek of the map like the season before, and then it actually gets into the season before, like as it drops. That would be fun. Give us a little peek at its layout.
Yeah, as if before we're able to play the map, we have to take it from the salmon. We have to fight it off.
We're playing tug of war. Like, you have to hit this quota or else wrong. No map for the season. Mr. Grease is gonna take our map from us.
No.
First, bro keeps the scales, then bro keeps the maps. This is ridiculous. This bear gotta be put down.
Well, you should play the solo campaign, Fufu, for no particular reason.
For no particular reason, totally no particular reason, I'm going to pick this game. But oh my god. Honestly, it just was a lot of excitement surrounding the next 2 weeks here for Splatoon. Yeah. There's a lot happening. You know, we have lands happening. We have literal end game. We have the literal, like, well, last game we had the apocalypse or whatever. Like, we had Black Apocalypse. You know. Yeah. Usual for Splatoon. There's nothing new. But now we got just a big old festival, which I genuinely love the aesthetic of the Final Fest.
Yeah, and it's a good summary of Splatoon. You know, it's a party, it's colorful, you're here with your friends, and you enjoy the vibes, you enjoy the incredible music. And
oh my goodness.
The new music that came out, yeah.
I'm hoping they bring back, you know how Splatoon 2 Final Fest, we had each day had like each of like the idols is like music. I want that again. Genuinely want that again. I'm hoping they do it because you know how fun that would be just to hear all of the idols' music since Spotfest again. They have to. There's no way.
Oh, it will come. I think we will have all the music. Like they're gonna bring the A game. We can trust Nintendo with that for sure. That's going to be a wonderful Splatfest, and I really, really can't wait.
Same. There's just so much happening. I like. It just also makes me sad that it's just about over here at the same time. That we're pretty much at the end of it. It's not over. The game is not dying. Don't get me wrong, but the last of like the seasons are ending. Our new content is gone. We're not gone. It's no more. A third Kikopia. There are third Kikopia.
I started playing Splatoon in Splatoon 2 right before Final Fest. So I arrived in the game and everybody was doom and gloom. This is the end of everything. We're no longer playing this game. I was new to it. I enjoyed it so much. And I can guarantee you, the game is going to stay lively. We're going to keep playing. Hopefully we get new PB options if they give us stuff. Splatfest in PB, we could get all the funny tricolors maps. Like there's a lot coming to this game. They're still updating the tournament app. Like there's still so much coming to this game. This is the end of an era, but this is certainly not the end of Splatoon 3. I mean, we are here watching teams fighting for a tournament that was not organized by Nintendo. There will be another SendouQ season right after this one. We will keep having that. And it looks like percent just forfeited? Yeah, percent just dropped.
So.
Slain by the internet.
I don't think they were able to find a sub in time, unfortunately. That does automatically mean that Mungo Heckman gets the 3-up on this set. Yo, we got a little side topics coming. We had just about everything, but I think we are going to be going to round 3 soon if we have a match ready. I mean, the voices in our head. Oh,
Yep.
It looks like our next set is up and ready then.
Yep, we have a round 3 set already waiting for us. We'll take a very short break so we can breathe a little bit. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
Hello, we are back from our short break here to bring you SendouQ Season 4 Finals. Up and ready, we have our next round. We're ready for you guys with Celeste versus Motif. But before I get a bit ahead of myself here, Pat, hey!
Hey! Yep, I mean, this time we get a game. This time we have a lobby. We're going to get back in there, and I guess we get to follow Dark Motif, see a bit more from them. They were so close to winning it. They showed us how good they can be, and it didn't pay off against Lethal Company employees. Now they have to go against Celeste. Seed number 3 of this whole tournament. Celeste is coming in incredibly strong. It's going to be a rough battle for the Ducks.
Yeah, they have a formidable opponent right in front of them here. But again, we've seen their strength. We see that it's definitely still within their reach. Celeste, so these guys are powerful. These guys are kind of crazy, if you ask me. Haven't seen them before. They're crazy.
Yeah, they're incredibly good. They've been doing the works lately, and they're one of these top teams that are showing, that are vying for the top, that are going higher and higher. And honestly, this is the perfect opportunity for them to prove themselves as very much a contenders for the highest in the West. That being said, we also have a lot of pickups at the top of the West currently, but Celeste, I mean, they're getting more and more stronger, and I can't wait to see more of them.
Absolutely here. And the fun fact about Celeste here is I was peeking through their weapons a little bit and I saw someone with a bunch of leader badges. So, ooh, you want to play leaders so bad. I'm like twirling my hair. I'm like, hey, you want to play leader? We're going to take a look at the map they're going to be playing on here. That makes me want to think that a little bit because we're looking at Robo Ramen here. Love this map. It's ever since this came into play. And, ever since it's come in, it's been, just a great map. You have so many options to work with. You have the mid that is your main focus here. The zone is there as per all zones map. But you have these underpass areas that you can, pull flanks. So you have so many options that you can work around with on this map. Which makes it fun all around for just about any weapon as we just jump right into it.
Yes, time to watch the game. SendouQ Motif bringing... the composition we'd expect from them. That's a double tacticular again. Meanwhile, on the side of Celeste, we see Mid Decapitator by Mikey. That's not a weapon we're used to see, Fufu, because, it's very new.
Yeah, to see them bring it out though, I'm assuming they're confident in it because Decap can be an absolute menace, especially here because we have also a lot of chip prepared on Celeste here. Decap already did a good damage. Like, there you go. That chip power that we just saw. You have a pencil that chips, you have a bucket that chips, and you have a Decap that can just do that. Unfortunately, getting picked up there as well. It looks like Celeste is in control of the zone already off the bat here, making sure that their players, they already have their players jumping back in. They're going 1-for-1s here, and we already see Mikey drop that bubble, get that space on that, that little bend right there. And I love to see it though. They are taking these points down.
Yeah, they're getting more and more now that the cav is finally stopped, but all of SendouQ Motif need to get onto the zone. They have enough to paint thanks to the zap right there as Cam, and you are painting over. No penalty applied yet. Celeste looking to get more and more and more, and with 2 down onto SendouQ Motif. Celeste stays in control. Celeste looking at a KO now.
Yeah, dude, Decap trust. I don't know if you've been seeing that Decap has been making absolute waves. This is what I mean. It's one of those weapons that it takes a bit to use, especially because of the speed. And they're already behind the pencil, looking for that pick, forcing them to drop that cooler. And I think that's a recall right behind them. They're going to be opting to try and find a pick elsewhere, though. That zone is nearly flipping in yellow here, but just Celeste is able to hold it by that smidge, only for it to be contested once more. Team really has to go for the zone, but they are shut down, and I think that's going to be a knockout. Celeste!
Wow. SendouQ Motif had 2 pretty good pushes in this game, and neither applied penalty. Neither were... they were both... 2 times SendouQ Motif was so close to capping the zones, and it didn't work. Celeste was always coming back fast enough, keeping their players near the zone, and making sure they took that game 1 with a commanding KO.
Oh my goodness, they put in the work and they saw it through. I love their chip damage comp because, we had the Slosh was there for their pain. We had the Slosher being able to chip. We had the Decap able to chip. We had the Pencil able to chip. We had a comp that was more than able to work off of each other. You could work with 3 or 4 of the players could work with each other. And here comes the Splash to bring everything, all the pain to the field, extra support to the field on top of the Pencil. They had a lot to work with there for Celeste, and I think that also led to a pretty dominant game 1 here. I want to see if they're going to be bringing the same energy into Mahi Mahi Resort, and seeing if SendouQ Motif is going to be making any changes to their comp or into their own approaches in this match.
Yeah, it's I mean, that was a commanding one by Celeste. Celeste really able to keep that control. On Mahi Mahi, there will be more opportunities for Duck Motif to get in there, to get onto the zone. Respawning is a bit faster on Mahi Mahi. The map is a bit ball back and forth. I feel like Duck Motif need more tools to push forward though. They were always almost getting to paint the zone, but they were missing one extra strikes or Zuka or one extra thing that allowed them to go in.
I think they might have to get rid of the double cooler comp. If I'm being honest, I think they might have to swap out for a retake special of sorts. I think that's going to help them get themselves into the field because they got locked out pretty hard here. The second Celeste got in, it was kind of brutal from there, and I think getting themselves under the retake special is just going to help them push forward a little bit more. Again, double cooler isn't necessarily wrong. Let me be very clear. But sometimes other approaches are going to be better for certain teams. And I want to see if they're going to be making that change or if they're going to try to push it through here with double cooler.
We'll see how it goes. Duck Motif still with a double cooler, still no change into their comp. And I mean, Celeste, why would they change anything? It's been working so well for them.
Yeah, and it still works incredibly well in this match. I mean, you still have that ledge camp with that slosher. You still have the paint that you are going to need to function here. So, but it looks like Duck Motif are actually the first ones to cap the zone right here. Quickly contested here by Celeste. Seeing these strikes come out from Phoenix, so already making space for the rest of Celeste to make their way in. Again, that's what I like about having a splash on the field. You just get an incredible amount of paint, and these strikes are great for making space. Strikes are my underrated babies. I love strikes very much, and they are built like trucks already. And it looks like Celeste is seeing themselves pretty nice and well right here, forcing Duck Motif into a lockup position, and I love that rotate. I love when people utilize their cooler jumps. I absolutely love that. That was a nasty bomb.
That was a great pick by Cam, getting punished for it, but Celeste is still in control of the zone. Duck Motif trying to get in there, dropping it a bit too fast and a bit too isolated. Red Shell is kinda alone with the brush, chased by everybody from Celeste. They have to jump away, and with just 20 ticks left into this map, I mean, Celeste is still incredibly strong and 2 down. There's nobody from Duck Motif to attack right now.
And I think that just might be the knockout here. Look at that little booyah! So let's know, and they got that knockout in their hands, taking game 2, almost basically 100-0 right then. They're extremely dominant. They've just been able to completely stagger Duck Motif, and it was just pick after pick after pick. Duck Motif was unable to get their foot out of the door the second they were locked out once more. They were pushed into the locker and not let out.
And if you had any doubts about how good Celeste is, that's Duck Motif! Duck Motif are incredibly good at the video game, and right now Celeste is running circles around them, doing whatever they want and winning the game. And now, Fufu, we get to see it. We get to see it still. We're going to Barnacle on time.
We got robbed, and it's back. We were given our money back. We get to see that Barnacle on time action. I need to see this Haggle 2.0 slanted. They said transform. So I'm going to see Barnacle on time. I want to see if it's going to be a similar song and dance as we have seen these last 2 games, or if we're going to be seeing Duck Motif make a resurgence. Are they going to... I want to see a retake special. I want to see a retake special, Duck Motif. Do me one solid here. I think this is usually it's going to be matches like this where some teams do like to switch up the comp last to try something new and see if it works better in their favor instead of sticking to something similar. Or some teams might just opt to stick to what they know and see if they can find a breakthrough there. But Celeste is sitting incredibly, comfortable right now, having 2 under their belt and probably thinking they're going to 3-0 this next game on top of that. So Duck Motif definitely has to find a solution to Celeste here if they want to hold this game still.
Yeah, this is do or die for Duck Motif. They need to get this win. They need to show Celeste what they can do. And I mean, this is where having a team that knows how to play with each other is very important. It's where your mindset will come into action. This is where your ability to discuss strategy, adapt to what your opponent is doing, and and find the key, find the flow in the opponent's defense into what they're doing. Motif need to make the adjustments, and they need to make the adjustments now. Let's see what they bring to Barnacle and Dime.
Let's see what's coming out here. They're still opting to bring out double cooler, which is interesting. We are seeing that roller comp coming out again, and we are seeing absolutely no changes to Celeste comp as well. And we're already seeing that cooler being built up on both sides as well. It's going to be seeing which one of these teams is going to get that first entry, going to get that first advantage here. No team has quite gotten that zone yet. Both contesting, playing that turf war. I think that, yep, it's going to be Celeste here to get that first control of the zone here. We're figuring each other out. They're like, ooh, they're playing a little bit of footsies, and Motif is actually going to be able to get his first pick, but it's going to be quickly evened out. And fourth, it's Celeste's favor. Picks coming out left and right as that zone continues to be capped in Celeste's favor.
And now comes the trouble for Motif, because with that switch to Bubbler, they have 3 supportive specials. Their tools to push are incredibly limited. As I say that, it looks like it's working. The strikes are coming, but a bit late. Motif able to apply penalty this time, able to keep themselves in the game and push Celeste away as Rachel is going forward already with the roller, looking to get a bit more. Gets punished by you as all of Motif is taking control over that snipe, over that area that allows them to keep Celeste at bay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think losing one of their members pretty early was a detriment there. So let's finding a way in with those strikes. Those strikes actually, I think, were able to cap as well here. But I think Motif is going to be quick to recap the zone here. I think Motif is a little bit more in their element here as we switched maps to Barnacle and Dime, which is very interesting here. But seeing these strikes once again from Celeste, they're going to be trying to find an entry in, but it's going to be those picks from Motif that make all the difference because they're still in the base of Celeste and basically a delayed wipe.
Very nice plays by Motif, getting the lead, and they're still in control. They're still looking for more. Rachel is waiting for the opportunity to jump on someone with the roller. Celeste has no way in right now. They're waiting for their specials. They have the strikes at the ready. These strikes could deal a lot of damage. We've seen them cap the zone before, as all of Celeste is going forward with the tactical, but they don't have much time left. They need to paint the zone now.
Yeah, they gotta go now. And unfortunately, their decap going down on top of that. And it looks like most of the chip was not. It's gonna take a miracle to try and get this over score. Just barely missing the neutral. Motif taking game 3.
Never mind. I'm sorry, Motif. Good switch. The roller really worked. Motif able to take the ground, and once they were in between the bubbler and the tacticaler, they would just stay on top of the map, keep themselves in the fight. There was always 3 players from Motif to defend that zone to make sure that nobody could get through.
Oh my god, that was kind of crazy. We are seeing a different Motif right here. They were just able to quickly turn the tide onto Celeste. What an incredible game here. Just, oh, I want to see them bring that similar momentum here because we're going to be going to Mako Mart zones. I love Mako Mart. Mako Mart is definitely one of those maps that are up there, a staple in comp as since the beginning, let's be honest. If there's a map list that doesn't have Mako, is it even a map list? Come on.
Maybe one of these memes tournaments are allowed to not have Mako. That's...
Ooh, I love it.
But yeah, it's one of these classic maps where, like Mahi, you can bring any weapon to Mako Mart. You can bring any kind of composition, any kind of strategies, and you will be able to find a back and forth. You will be able to get the tools to get yourself onto the zone to paint it, unless your opponent is able to counter it. One aspect that is a bit stronger than the rest on here is the ledges. You need a ledge option on Mako.
Absolutely, and both of these teams definitely do have it. We have, we still have those rollers or brushes. We still have those buckets that are going to be able to come out on the field. So I don't think any of these teams are short of resources they need to, to excel on this map here. We're actually seeing that. They're switching it up. They're going for more consistent coolers with that zap, and they're still opting to keep their chip damage by bringing out 5B. I love that. The rain is going to be incredibly helpful in bringing more chip on the field to heal their opponents, especially help them in fights and help contest that zone. I love Celeste comp here, and Motif, I want to see that roller in action on that ledge as well. I love both of these teams' comps.
Yeah, we see really creativity from these players, and creativity at that top level is so fun to watch. The bubbler is deployed onto the zone. That's going to be a flip for Celeste. Now they're pushing, now they're trying to get in, they're trying to get the players away. Red Shell with the roller dodging the pencil right there. Celeste not really able to get the splats that they wanted to get. Duck Motif is going to be back on the attack, and it's their turn to put the bubbler and get a lot of splats. Duck Motif just... They awoken, they unlocked their final form right now. They're on fire.
God, I think they just activated their last-ditch effort within the players themselves, because this is ridiculous. I think they just, I don't know what they changed in their approach, that they are just able to absolutely excel forward. I think they actually caught Celeste a bit off guard with the way they're playing, because they just started moving with such force. They have every opportunity to try and bring this to a game 5, especially because they are quickly ticking down these points. They are rapidly approaching 30 ticks left on the score here. Celeste really has to find an answer very soon, seeing these strikes here, and they are able to find a pick on that squeezer on Duck Motif, and are trying to find more, finding 2 extra on top of that. This might be the comeback that Celeste needs in order to bring this in. They just have to hold this. They have to keep this lockout in their favor. Boom, quickly that decap going down as well. No, it's going to be 1 for 1 on each side, so it's going to get a little dicey as well.
Celeste very much back on top right there. They have a long comeback to do, though. Duck Motif scored a lot of points, but Duck Motif has 2 players down, almost 3 right there, as Celeste is still holding incredibly strong. Duck Motif needs their way in, then needs their way, and Bazooka is the one special that allows the brawler to bring the bubbler in. Very nice set, and they're able to apply penalty in the nick of time. Red Shell getting in there, almost getting a double. Oh, whoa,
Now,
everybody down. Yeah.
That was an excellent capture from Duck Motif, just barely, 3 points away from Celeste getting the leader. It was exactly what they needed. The thing is, we have 2 minutes and a half. We're barely halfway through this match, and it's already this tense. I think it's going to have to go down to whichever team is going to be knocking out, because if not, we're just, either that or we're going to be just consistently back and forth back here. It's kind of ridiculous. If you ask me, Celeste is still in control of the zone right here, being able to quickly regain their ground, but seeing specials coming out from Duck Motif to try and find an answer to Celeste right here, but they're going to be quickly going 2 down in the process.
And Phoenix left to paint the zone right there. All of Celeste holding that zone are going to get the lead. Duck Motif needs to act now. There isn't much time left. Red Shell getting one, getting punished before getting the zone. Duck Motif at least able to apply penalty. As I say that, Celeste is already in position to take the zone back. The fight is going on as everybody's painting the zone.
Absolutely, Karen. We are seeing the effects of that pencil nerf, as the pencil isn't able to test that zone as quickly, and already seeing that retake there from Duck Motif. These guys are fighting to the wire. You have to, this is a map where you have to keep your mental check. You have to make sure that you're keeping your head cool, because any wrong moves can be devastating, especially here. Duck Motif going 2 down in this process, but they're not stopping just yet with this zap. It's Celeste. They might be able to get this lead. I think they might get the strikes coming out for Duck Motif, but it's not enough because they have that lead in their favor. Celeste trying to find picks, able to find them with those again. This is tight. This is tight, but I think Duck Motif got this. Oh God!
Penalties not applied. 3 versus 3, and they get the zone back. A few more points, 2 more ticks. That's all it took. But with 40 seconds left, Celeste has the opportunity to come back. We are going the distance, Poo-Poo. This game is not over. It's never over. And now, Duck Motif needs to get the zone one last time if they want a game 5. Celeste holding strong though. Only 20 seconds left, and they don't have much penalty. Duck Motif needs to act now if they want to get in. They activate the specials. Red Shell about to use the bubbler until the zone. But there's just a few more points and
that's it! Celeste! Just by a hair! Holding this, taking it home, getting rid of their penalty point, just taking that win under the nose of Duck Motif. That is insane! How close this was! Dude, they had us reduced to noises for like 10 seconds!
What a game between these two teams. And I mean, Duck Motif really waking up, almost getting the comeback. Duck Motif is always a team that can get pretty proud of the games that they have, even when they lose it. They were so close, they were almost there. Celeste, able to seal the deal, able to deny the comeback by Duck Motif, are going to get this one 3-1.
Oh my goodness, Celeste was able to just get those picks they needed at the end, and it just pays off. Duck Motif, they turned into an entirely different team from the first two games, and goodness did they give us a show. You cannot, it's like, yes, Celeste may have won, but Duck Motif was giving it their all. They nearly brought this to a game 5. An insane set of players on both sides, but Celeste seeing this through just by a hair there and taking it home 3-1. This is crazy. This is group 2.
Yeah, this is just the group stage. Celeste, who were the favorites in this, they come out the winner, but certainly not unscathed. Certainly they had to fight it hard. They had to give it their all in order to put the Ducks down. I wish we got a game 5 because that was so fun.
Dude, part of me, same, because I feel like a game 5 between these teams would have been insane. It's like, we saw how close Barnacle and Dime, we saw that switch in Duck Motif, and then they brought it all the way through here. Celeste and them did that. I think it was the sad part for Duck Motif is they brought the bubble. They did the right moves during that retake to try and take it back, but those strikes were just completely able to shut everything down. It broke the bubble. It gave space to Celeste, and I think that just helped absolutely set things through all the way for Celeste right there, just at the very end. Just that, that push that they needed to bring it home. And just incredible adaptation from Celeste, but Duck Motif, y'all are not out yet. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
They are crazy indeed. And I'm so glad we got to see that. Fufu, we're going to take a short break as we can prepare the next match. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. This is now round 4 of the group stage here in this SendouQ Season 4 finale. I am Pat again with Fufu, and we are getting Celeste again, but this time going against another team, Fufu.
Yes, indeed. As you know, we saw Celeste incredibly close match from last time. They're up against a formidable foe themselves. Lion emoji, pizza emoji, chicken emoji. You are now Fazbear. Too bad. Yep. We got some recognizable players here on that side as well. It's Team Kyo, Biscuit, Goss, Sarah. I mean, they got a good setup going for them. These are notable players that, you know, we've seen before. These guys are kind of insane, and I feel like we're going to be in for a really, really good match.
Yeah, very much the cream of the crop, the top players indeed. These, according to seeding, these are the top 2 teams of this group. These are the 2 teams that I expected to advance. Unless they get upset during this group stage, these 2 teams should be, if they're good enough, the ones to keep pulling through. But I mean, we've seen a bit of upset so far with Motif able to get a game off of Celeste. Maybe Celeste are a bit off of their game, yet we'll see how these teams are able to do. But a team that's able to win this one gets likely the top seed of the group and the bragging rights.
Yeah, because I think both of these teams are currently, they're currently undefeated in their game, in their entire sets. I know Celeste is down, I think, by 1 game, but that's about it. Honestly, it's gonna be tight. These 2 teams are fighting for top spot. You know, for the safety net of, you know, even if you lose later down the line, you'll be fine and still have top cut under your belt. So that's what we're here for. And honestly, we're gonna be going to Hagglefish Market. We all know I love this map. I love this mode. You know, but they're gonna show it to us right here and there. We love Haggle. If you don't, who are you?
Yep. And here we see Celeste bringing back the comp that we've seen them use so far. Meanwhile, Fazbear have a Stamper Slusher comp. I mean, Range Blaster has been nerfed. This is the day of the Stamper now.
It's a day of Stamper indeed. Stamper can also be incredible here. It does have that chip potential as well. Again, we have those 3 weapons on each side that work with each other to chip here, and we are seeing those strikes coming out from Celeste, capping that zone, making way. They were able to get a pick on that Stamper, which helps their numbers a bit. Ooh, just narrowly avoiding that Zuka there. That jump out was amazing. I love teams that utilize their tactical there to rotate to teammates, to get themselves out of tricky situations, especially after making risky moves. And just as fast, we are seeing those zones flip back and forth here. Going to go into a neutral state as seeing which team is going to try to find this first. You barely avoid that slosher. Oh my goodness.
Happened right now. It looks like Fazbear are still in control of that zone. Oh wait, a bit too soon. It looks like Celeste is able to paint a little bit, not enough. The lead is going to swap as Fazbear is still holding pretty strong, keeping themselves there, defending the way as well as they can. The strikes are going to come, but the strikes are not going to find much if the splash is punished right there. Celeste are able to apply a penalty and to push Fazbear away, it seems.
They're going to be looking to knock us out. They're going to be wanting to hold as much as they can, and they're able to find a pick onto that Stamper as well right here. Pento able to also find a pick on the decap, which is going to be a, you know, a thorn on their side that is gone at this point. But it looks like the other teams, their members are coming in to see this. So we're seeing the strikes come out. We are seeing everything else come through as that auto, basically the auto cap coming out from Fazbear.
Yeah, I mean, if you got your perfect strikes and the opponent is not paying attention, ready to paint, that's what happens right now. Celeste, they got pushed back by that flip of the zone. The flip of the zone was enough to allow Fazbear to move forward, get a lot of ground. Right now the strikes are being thrown at the zone to paint it. They're not enough. They're not enough as Fazbear keeps holding that zone, keeping the paint on it. They don't mind. Oh, well, penalties applied now. Celeste are back into that fight. Yeah.
Yep, it looks like we're seeing a little bit of scrap here on the left here, trying to see which members are going to be coming out alive or not so much. Both of the swords are going to be going down on each side here as Kyo is trying to find that pick on the right side, unable to find it. It is a little bit of a tricky situation, but the Stamper coming in to offer a little bit of backup here. We are seeing that the Distraction can come out strong here from Zera. Just, I don't think they're going to be able to find a pick quite much with it, but their team is still able to have control of the zone. That actually might just flip in a second here with Celeste flipping the zone in their favor here. Unfortunately, still not able to find anything, and that is 2 down on Fazbear. Celeste are finding themselves in a really nice spot right here to, you know, hold this space, especially with those strikes. They double struck on accident here, but that is a lot of space in their favor still.
Celeste showing the color right there. Very nice trade. That trade is going to enable Celeste to stay in control. Fazbear needs to wait in order to get the pushing opportunities. The strikes are coming onto the zone. These strikes are baiting so well for Fazbear. Penalties applied again, but Fazbear still needs to push forward right now, and Kyo gets punished before they can do so.
I love pencils that can just utilize their 2-tap. Like, it is, I love it. I love, it's like, they've shown that pencil still has the kill power. You can get accurate 2 shots, and guess what? You're still going to go down. What's it called? Yeah, it looks like Fazbear is doing a really nice hold of the zone, though, right here. Basically, here on the pencil, trying to get a punish onto that Sasha. Not quite able to get that charge fast enough, but these penalty points are done for Fazbear, and they're looking to keep this and take the lead here. Celeste is going to start retaliating here, trying to get in control of the zone, but it's going to take a bit. See, these strikes about make those space that bubble on the zone as well. They might not, and just like that, the zone flips in the favor. Celeste still holding the lead in their favor.
Still the lead for Celeste, but Fazbear are very much still in that fight, looking to get some ground. Cam getting in there with the slusher is going to deny the fight. Celeste staying in control, and Fufu, they're almost out of their penalty. They have 2 players down, but they're scoring more points, making more and more. Fazbear needs to grab that zone, and now, and they need to get ahead of the zone. They haven't been able to really take control.
No, yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of back and forth there because we also have only 30 seconds left here. So Celeste, unfortunately, being 1 down currently. That does put Fazbear at a bit of a number advantage as they're just trying to find the pick, and that is going to be 1 for 1 there on each side. And, you know, Fazbear just have to keep control of the zone. It's continuously being neutralized here by Celeste. They're not allowed to get as many points on the board here. They have 50 seconds and they have to see it through. DK just narrowly avoiding death, and 2 down on Fazbear. Oh, don't get caught by that bomb there. Then Fazbear bomb is someone else. 5 seconds left, and that zone is still in neutral. There we go. Fazbear able to catch a, you know, hold on that, and they just got to see this through. They got to be holding it for, I think, around like 10-20 seconds here, and they're able to keep this lockout, and they're able to, you know, utilize this risk and, you know, not get punished for it. I think they might be able to get that zone, but they're still going to be able to hold it. They're stopping Celeste's efforts here. This decap basically being is this decap going to be like soloing this is my question, because those strikes are coming out, but I don't think they're going to be enough. Fazbear with the lead.
What a comeback by Fazbear. I mean, for 4 minutes and a half in this game, either Celeste was in control ahead of the zone, scoring good points, either both teams were around the zone fighting for paint. Celeste had better holds for most of this game. Fazbear was struggling to get after the zone, to get in front in order to keep Celeste from painting altogether. And it's only in that last push, in this final 30 seconds, that Fazbear managed to really get control, to really get forward. And once they were there, Celeste, I mean, they were not used to that. They had just played 4 minutes and a half of them being dominant, and suddenly they didn't know what to do against Fazbear, who was defending incredibly well once they were in that position.
Fazbear basically went up at the end, took a pretty risky move here, and basically forced their players all the way back like that, especially that Pencil, who wasn't even allowed to get near the zone. And I think that was also a big contester as to, you know, why they were able to hold that zone even more at the end there. And it just, you know, all the stars aligned there by the end of the match, leaving them 1 up in the set. I wonder what map they are going to be choosing next here. Is they want, okay.
No,
we have a change of name for Fazbear.
No, we don't. We don't. They're still named Fazbear.
They want to be named Lion Pizza Chicken. They do not let us have our way with Fazbear. This is so unfortunate. Use your words, dang it!
Use your words.
Put us in tongue twisters, Pat.
Yeah. Why? Why?
Well, come on, that bear was funny. You know,
Yeah.
be whore.
We are being suppressed, Fufu. This is horrible. Like,
Come on, let us have a little bit of fun. This is so unfortunate, and thus the fun ends right there. Fazbear's no more, as as we have Lion Chicken Pizza.
Well, speaking of fun, this set is not over, and given what we've seen in game number 1, we will see much more. They didn't demand it. We can still sing Fazbear.
Yeah, we're good. But we'll call them as they ask. But
Yes, so okay, fine. Well, we are going to game number 2, this time on Inkblot Art Academy. We just completely failed to do our job. We didn't talk about the map, we didn't talk about the weapons. We only talked about the emotes. Now, let's see. Not much change in terms of weapons. It's all about the coordination. This map has a bit more elevation, a bit more ledges, and we'll see how these teams are able to do right away. Both sloshers going onto the top of the map, fighting for it, as it looks like the bears, the lions are in control of the zone.
the lions, the pizzas, and the chickens, the entire farm is here and ready to cause a bit of mayhem as they're able to get good chicken picks here on Celeste and are going to be in control of the zone. Whoa! Decap jump scare. Maybe this guy is the real Fazbear along the way.
Well, yeah, it looks like Celeste is going to take control over the zone now, and they have all of mid for themselves. The lions are stuck onto their platform waiting for the specials to be ready. Zera's getting the tactical, activating the Zipcaster, and here comes the push. Celeste has to move back, has to move away from the zone, but is quickly caught by Lion Pizza Hut Chicken.
We got a little bit of tongue twister in our hands right here, and we are seeing a fight left. Ooh, Yukari able to Yukari from Persona 3. What they're called? They're able to contest the zone a lot more, being able to find those picks right here. It looks like Lion Chicken Pizza is gonna. Lion Pizza Chicken is able to find their way into a bit more of an aggressive position here, being able to hold this ramp, hold a little bit underneath. They want to be able to be in a position to catch Celeste, but not be too risky in the moment, especially because they just got that lead in their hands.
Yep, the lead stays for the Lions, though. No penalty. They're gonna keep getting more. Oh wait, as I say that, Celeste able to finally apply that bait onto the zone, and punished for being in the wrong spot. These teams are fighting so hard. It's so tough to follow Fufu. They are everywhere as Lions are still around the zone trying to win this fight. The two swords fighting it out is incredible right now.
Absolutely, right here. And it looks like Lion Pizza Chicken is going to be able to find another advantage here as they are on the plat of Celeste. Able to find picks. That was an excellent Zuka shot right here, but we are seeing Mickey getting a pick on the Stamper. We're going sword for sword battles here. But I don't know. We're playing risky here in the house. And I think that if they can get that bubble onto the zone right here, I think they're going to be sitting nice and pretty, but getting quickly punished by that Penzo here. Biscuit able to put a little more pain on that zone, but I think Celeste is still fighting to try and catch this. Not quite able to. Still zones coming out. Everything is happening on this field. We are seeing another set of strikes coming to try and help Celeste get something on this field to get a cap here. But Lion Pizza Chicken is, still fighting to hold that. But finally, letting go that zone is capped in Celeste's favor.
Yep, Celeste still in this game. They have a huge lead to come back from as they're still fighting around this zone. Yukari getting one right there, activating the Zuka. Getting a second one. That is a huge team fight for the Lion Pizza Chicken. They're not a second wasted. They're back onto that platform.
Yep, again, they have that flow chart in their head already. Ooh, that was a nasty bomb. Looking off the ledge. That's ridiculous. So Les, I think, might be able to work with this pick. The Zip guys are going up and away. They are taking a flight here, and I think, what? How silly do you feel? There you go. Being able to be picked off right there by Celeste. Strikes coming out to add some more space in Celeste's favor, but unfortunately going down to that Penta. What an excellent shot there as well. And just like that, Celeste is also 2 down here. It looks like Lion Pizza Chicken is going to be able to find their advantages once more and cap that zone again. Celeste is in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, with 1 minute left, all the emojis need to do right now is keep the zone neutral, apply penalty. And they are doing more than that right now. They almost have no penalty on themselves right now, forcing Celeste to use the strikes to push early to try to apply that penalty now. It's going to be very rough for Celeste. They are on their apply penalty, but all of Lion Chicken Pizza got back, are still alive and ready to fight again. The fights are coming. The strikes are punished by Biscuit. Biscuit activating another tactical for the rest of the team. 20 seconds left and Celeste needs to hold. They can't afford a penalty be applied. They need to stay in control of the zone right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real big fight for the zone here. Celeste, just you guys gotta get painting right here. It's like that. It's almost in your favor. There you go. But it's gonna be Pizza Chicken that's gonna be fighting for the zone in just a second as they have that Dipcaster up and ready and just an overwhelming amount of pain. Celeste really has to get themselves into a lockout position if they want to hold this right here, because trying to keep us in more of a neutral state, it's while risky trying to go for that lockout. It's going to keep Lion Pizza Chicken at bay. But with those strikes coming out, this might be the opportunity to flip it, and it flips indeed. Lion Pizza Chicken finding their win on game 2.
Yeah, I mean, the power of well-coordinated strikes with the rest of your teams to add the little bit of pain that's needed. Lion Pizza Chicken showing us what they can do, the control they can have, and getting the 2-0 into this set, looking to get a clean 3-0 onto Celeste, which, remember, is their strongest contender in this group.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, these are crazy games here from mainly Lion Pizza Chicken. Just absolutely, Celeste was trying to get in, but they were just ultimately stopped by either one down or just an overwhelming amount of pain here. And, Inkbot is, I like Inkbot zones, but it's definitely not as common as, say, Haggle, Robo, or Mako of all things. So I want to see if a map change is going to be more in Celeste's favor. Also, it's also just the stress of, hey, we're currently 2 down if you're Celeste, 2 games down, and, we have to basically reverse sweep this if we want the win. But anything is possible, especially because we're moving on to Robo Ramen.
Robo Ramen is going to be rough. This map was chosen by Celeste, but we've seen the control that the team emojis can have with the triple ink strike. On this map, triple ink strike capture the zone incredibly reliably, incredibly fast. That's going to give opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to Lion Pizza Chicken to get back into the game, to get back on their Celeste. They need to win the fights, and they need to do more than that. They need to be able to push forward after winning the fights, which, I mean, they were able to do that on Hagglefish. In Inkblot, it was the Lion Pizza Chicken who were in control. Celeste needs to revert the momentum and get some control back for themselves.
Yeah, this is where you kind of have to do a mental reset here. If you were Celeste, where you're just like, okay, well, play this like if it's round 1. And move forward, because these sets, it definitely makes a mental impact here later on to the games, especially knowing that you have a long road ahead of you. Focus 1 round at a time. It's just the reset here, and we are still seeing that chip coming out from Celeste, and we're not really seeing a change here from the side of Lion Pizza Chicken either. So, both of these teams are sticking to their guns, seeing what they're going to bring out on the field here.
Hey, these are pretty good guns. No reason to swap. No reason to switch away from those. And as the opening comes, Zera's already getting one on the opponent's sword, marking the power. I mean, when you have 2 swordsmen in the lobby, they're gonna go for you right away. That's what happens.
they're there to either trade out or get more than one pick here, and you know it happens. Unfortunately, going right for the sword. Their kill was going right for blood, and it looks like Lion Pizza Chicken is still going to be in control of the zone. Seeing these strikes coming out from Celeste to try and flip things as they do so successfully. There, they just got to find an opportunity to get a lockout onto the Lion Pizza Chicken. An excellent pick there from Cam as well with the slosher, but quickly forced to retreat back under some ink pressure here. It's gonna get tough here because we're doing a lot of back and forths as of now.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth indeed as the Lions are fighting to get back onto the zone right now. Celeste deploying the big bubbler right there instantly. When there's a bubbler, there's strikes coming right away. The strikes are not enough to capture the zone, but Zeras with the Zipcaster getting splat onto the Decapitator will allow the Lions to get back in control, to get back onto the zone. We're still very early in the game, so there isn't much penalty as Kyo is doing a cheeky flank.
Well, bro was waltzing into the base right here, getting quickly picked off by the pencil. We left to see those two shots from the pencil on the field. Ooh, just as fast. Just the splash going down as well. Seeing strikes coming out from Celeste to try and make a little bit of weight, make a little bit of pain and space for themselves as well. Bubble as well. We are seeing specials coming out left and right as Celeste is able to successfully get a 2 picks onto, rating that 3 onto Lion Pizza Chicken. It looks like they're getting their momentum back here. We're seeing this decap in their element up front here with the support of the pencil on top of that. But those strikes from Lion Pizza Chicken are going to be able to make space for themselves as well as they're able to find picks of their own here. Cooler's almost ready here for the status of Celeste. They might be able to play the risk a little bit more here. Unfortunately, while one down, all they gotta do is hold. This is where you don't want to let go of your pressure, but you know, give them a bit of space to
Hey, I mean, right now Celeste are going to hold to their lead, are going to hold to the map. The emojis are struggling to get back on to them as they have the specials ready, but they need to get the push. Zera's activating the Zipcaster, dodging the shots from the pencil, getting in there, getting one, getting two. The double, and that double allowed the rest of the team to get right everywhere. But the Decapitator is the last player standing for Celeste, trying to keep some ground as everybody from Lion Pizza Chicken is getting a lot of control. It's going to be pretty rough, and it looks like a lead swap.
Yeah, and an extra pick on top of that with the bomb. What a huge pick. It looks like Celeste are going to be in a tricky situation here as they are pretty locked out right now. They have to find a retake. We're seeing those strikes in their favor here. They have to get picks. They have to get turf. And with them being 2 down right here and still in danger, it's going to be just basically going to take a miracle to get back into the field right here. The strikes are coming out to try and force a neutral here, trying to make the rest of Lion Pizza Chicken look at the zone here, being able to successfully take 2 of them down in the process, and Celeste is able to flip the zone in their favor.
It's not over. Celeste is still in here, and honestly, they've shown an incredibly good fight on this map. They could very well come back right now, as all of Lion Pizza Chicken is trying to paint that zone, trying to take some control. But they lost a player in the process. The Zuka is going to be so important. It doesn't find anyone. Celeste getting in there, keeping some more control over the zone. Biscuit able to flip the zone for a while, applying penalty again. Going into the last minute, Celeste needs to get a big hold, and with 2 down, this could be the opportunity, Fufu.
Yes, could be the opportunity here, but they have all the elements of Lion Pizza Chicken they still have to fight against, especially because this is more of a neutral state hold right here, more than a proper lockout right here. And then we are seeing a bucket in the back, seeing trades come out on the field. I love that the splash is still live, being able to contest his zone simply by painting here. They might be able to keep up with this penalty, seeing those strikes coming out just as fast as they were grabbed. And, you know, if they can just hold this, get these penalty points out of the way, you can either play risky. It's going to get tough here, especially because all the specials from Pete to Lion Chicken are coming out of the field, almost flipping the zone. Celeste still holding it strong. Their strikes of their own coming up, but there was just enough time to give Lion Pizza Chicken an opportunity to get penalty points onto Celeste. Oh boy!
Oh, Celeste needs to grab the zone now, otherwise Lion Pizza Chicken is going to get it. The strikes are coming onto the zone. Are they enough? Yes, they are enough, and with 2 down, Celeste are buying themselves overtime. They need to do it. They have the big bubbler already. Big bubbler is going to go on top of the zone, I guess. Yep.
No, right there! That bubble is placed excellently. They're able to hold that space here, but it's going to be going down just as quick. Seeing these strikes coming out from both sides right here. The strikes are there, trying to cap this up, but there's fortunately 2 down on Celeste. It's going to take a miracle to try and hold this, especially under the pressure of Pizza Lion Chicken. But wait!
What a comeback by Celeste. It looks so desperate. They cam through the tripling strikes while dying, and then they keep painting. Everybody kept painting. Every bit of paint went onto the zone. We were so close between these two teams, but Celeste keeping themselves into this set. They want to beat them. They don't want to stop, and we are going to game number 4.
My goodness, Pat! I thought this game was gonna go to Lion Pizza Chicken, and then we blink and so it's just like wrong. What just happened?
And I mean, so much happened in these last seconds of the game. That overtime had everybody absolutely popping off at the same time. Everybody got splatted and splatted. Someone else got to paint, got to counter the paint. Everything happened at the same time onto that zone, and now look what happens next. More chaos. More chaos incoming. More chaos incoming.
No shot. No shot. We're going to bluefin zones. Are you kidding me? This can go one of two ways. This is going to get kind of whimsical, kind of crazy right here. You know, I feel like Celeste is going to be running off a little bit of momentum, but then again, when you're thinking this is Bluefin Depot of all things, I think the Lion Pizza Chicken is going to be choosing this because this is a map that they excel in. This is not a map we see almost at all in any competitive settings. So to see it out on the field now is going to be very interesting. But I want to see if Celeste is still able to, you know, excel themselves on this map. But who knows? This could be a map that, like, under everything else, they could be crazy at. But I know that Celeste is also going to be running off the momentum of barely winning that game. And I want to see them bring that momentum forward because they definitely have the opportunity to do this. They can do this. As much as the Lion Pizza Chicken can themselves as well.
I mean, they just shown that they can do it, that they can seal the deal. It's all about doing it again, and this time as on a zone that's moving with lots of different moving pieces. You bringing back the other pencil, the red pencil that can bring this rain. That rain, a pretty good tool when the zone is moving. You still have a reliable painting tool. Pretty useful, especially here on Bluefin, where, I mean, you have that really... Oh.
They fell, Pat.
They fell?
The bucket fell in the water. On the side of Celeste.
Well, they're still very good at the game.
They're still very good at the game.
It happens to the best of us, so you don't feel ashamed when you fall off the map. It happens to the best.
That is very true, and unfortunately, it also gave Lion Pizza Chicken a really fast advantage here on the field as well, which is unfortunate for Celeste here. They do have to use a little bit more resource in order to get themselves back into the game here. Able to, I don't know if they're going to be able to punish that Depcaster, but we are seeing that bubble here on the zone, slowly bringing it to neutral and moving it. Celeste is able to grab their hold, set their footing up once more here, just fighting against the odds here, especially because they're going to be slowly approaching the base of Pizza Lion Chicken. Lion Pizza Chicken. Oh my goodness. I order.
It's fine. And as we say that, Cam is going in there with the bucket trying to find an opportunity. Celeste not able to get the lead, not able to keep the zone as Cam is called out and quickly disposed of by Biscuit. Kyo taking control of the zone right now. The Lion Pizza Chicken showing why they chose this map. They take control of everything right now. They are everywhere and they are pushing in with the shot getting in there, forcing everybody to look at them. The rain is not enough to paint, and with 2 down onto Celeste, the emojis are holding that zone incredibly strong right now.
Absolutely, here it was counterpicked for a reason here, as they're slowly taking down here from these 35 ticks here. They might be seeing a knockout incredibly soon unless Celeste can find an answer to the pressure that they are facing up against here. Yukari just barely getting picked off right then and there, but the strikes from Lion Pizza Chicken are still coming out, trying to make a lot more space, but Celeste coming out with their own. That might be enough to cap the zone. Not quite here. They need the rest of their members to come back and see it through here. Just there we go, applying a hefty 63-point penalty onto the members of Lion Pizza Chicken, but Celeste has a long road ahead of them as they have to match these points, get more than, basically bring it down to 8 in order to try and see this through.
Yeah, that is a huge lead of Lion Pizza Chicken going into that halfway game. Celeste holding. Oh well, Celeste has 2 players down, and now the Zipcaster is coming straight into the bucket, getting punished right there. Celeste staying on top. Penalty wasn't applied. That if they're able to repaint that zone, never mind, they're not. But they're still around the zone. They're still in that fight and ready to get some more. The zone is going to move back left again as Zeras is stranded and called out and put back into spawn by all of Celeste. Mikey getting in there with the huge big bubbler zone. But there's a bomb in the big bubbler. That's enough for the chickens to get back in. I mean, more fights, more fights!
Oh my god, this is some excellent picture from the side of Celeste. Being able to bucket and trading out right here as they leave 2 members to basically fight for the zone here. The Zap coming back to the field as well. Seeing that Zipcaster from Sarah's up and ready here. We're probably going to be seeing that in just a second here, especially with these strikes that are coming out from the side of Lion Pizza Chicken. Just barely, but the zone is being kept alive here by Celeste. That's straight down on Pizza Lion Chicken. This might be Celeste's lead. This lead. Oh! That's gonna be their knockout. That's gonna be their knockout. Celeste! They're in this, bringing it to a game 5. Game 5.
We thought it was over, Fufu. We were getting ready. I was packing my things, getting ready to end this, but no, Celeste has other plans. They are in to the distance. And I mean, Lion Pizza Chicken, they were dominating the first half of that game. It's simply that Celeste were able to copy what they're doing and simply punish every push that Celeste was putting. The Zipcaster was called out, got a few slushes in the face, could not do anything. The zone would be painted a bit, but Celeste would bring everything back onto the zone. A bit of rain there, a bit of pencil there, a bit of strikes there. Celeste constantly kept that zone going. And slowly but surely, they got their comeback. And after being behind all that Lion Pizza Chicken, now they're going into game 5, and now they have the momentum.
And with an excellent map to call for it as well, because we are going to have like capital zones. As personally a favorite of mine here. I love seeing this on map lists. This is gonna get good because this is one of those maps that are just chef's kiss. Celeste already has a momentum of having, 2 sets under their belt here, being able to wipe out at the end. And Lion Pizza Chicken, I assume they could be taking a bit of a mental hit right now because this is going to be a lot more tense. Again, they have to pull that mental reset. You have to clear yourself mentally in situations like this. There's a lot of drone, there's a lot of stress, there's a lot happening in one's head in sets like this.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there is a lot going into this game. There's a lot of strategies that could be pulled by each team. And because we have the greats there, one thing that I'm looking forward to see is a small bubble. You can make a small bubble on this map and it's adorable. It's rarely useful, but it's adorable and I love it.
Adorable. Oh my god. Pat.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
I'm very much excited as well. I mean, these are the games that we want to see when we go to the SendouQ finals. Really, absolutely banger top teams, incredibly talented players going at each other, getting the comeback, showing us that you never stop playing until the game is over, until the set is over. And here comes the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. It's a change of pace by Celeste right there. There's no more Decapitator, a bit more space control, and going onto a wide map with the Greats. That's honestly a pretty good move.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. They still keep that range. They still keep that pressure. It's just with an extra blast on it. I wonder how much this is going to change the tempo of Celeste, even if it does at all here, because, Decap is able to get into the face of the other team right here, but, it still has that pressure, still has that kill power here. We are seeing Cam pull some, pulling, a little sitting there on the side. Of course, you're getting picked off by Yoki with the bomb. Excellent there. They're finding themselves nice as they take 3 members of Celeste down, forcing that pencil to jump out, basically wiping Celeste clean right now.
Mm-hmm. Fufu, I see a bit of tension. I see these teams really push to their limit because when you die to the same bomb as your teammate, that's supposed to be a beginner mistake. Celeste is not used to making these mistakes, but right now, I mean, the tension is at its full as... Oh, what?
Oh my goodness, they are throwing hands right there. Lion Pizza Chicken finding themselves with another wipeout in their favor here, rotating to, they're here to put the pressure up. They're here to make waves. Celeste has to find an answer incredibly soon. Seeing these whales out on the field makes the pressure, but that's being able to find the pick. Strides coming out from Celeste to try and flip this zone. They are nearly there. Just as quite not enough. They might be able to cap this. They have to do this now. They have to get a cap on the field because this is, if not, this is 20 ticks left for Lion Pizza Chicken in order to get it, and they might be getting it here unless Celeste can find a miracle right now in their favor as one of their members go down. This might be it. Lion Pizza Chicken knocking this out. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Lion Pizza Chicken reminding themselves that they are the best actually, and it's time to end this set. We had some suspense, we had close games, but in the end, the emojis come on top and seal the deal. They are guaranteed their spot into the playoffs, and they have a pretty good shot at being your top seed.
Oh my goodness. I think they were top seed, no?
Yeah,
They were number two. They were number two.
Yeah, no, I mean top seed of the group.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's insane. What a set. Lion Pizza Chicken fighting it through, seeing it through all the way to the end. Celeste, oh my goodness, y'all put one hell of a fight here on throwing this, and I can't wait to see what they bring here at the rest of the turn, because once again, let me remind y'all, this is just groups. Congrats to Lion Pizza Chicken for taking this through. Oh my goodness.
This is just groups, but this is not over. There's one more round of groups. We are about to watch it, but Fufu and me need to say goodbye first because it's the end of our block and we'll be replaced by the wonderful Glitch Catus and Gregory. But before we go, Fufu, where can I find you on the internet?
You guys can find me at @SplatFufu on Twitter. My ad is also on the screen as we speak. I do a bit of art, I do a little commentary on the side, and I do a little backline shenanigans here. Also going to Riptide, so if you see me, do say hi. Pat, how about you? Where can the lovely people find you tonight?
You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at PatJ or Tom with underscores in between. If you remove the underscores, you can also find me on Blue Sky. That's pretty much it. And thank you so much to SendouQ for having us to cast this tournament. It's been a blast, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the SendouQ Season 4 finale. My name is Gregory and I'm here joined by Glitch Cactus, and we're going to bring you guys the final round of our round robin start to this tournament. Chris, how you doing?
I'm doing well, and I'm so excited for this matchup and the rest that we'll be commentating. I mean, we have a really exciting matchup here, Moonlight versus BtDx. I mean, taking a look at these teams, how they've been performing thus far. Moonlight is currently sitting at a 3-1. The first set they lost was just the round prior to Greenstar, who also was at a 3-0, securing that 3-0 sweep over Moonlight. I know Moonlight's trying to turn this around in this set, and with BtDx looking at a 2-2 record, hoping to at least finish higher if they could take this set off of Moonlight.
Yeah, BtDx could really complicate the standings right now if they're able to win this game, win this set. That would bump them up to 3-2, take Moonlight down to 3-2, and then you still have another 3-1 team floating out there, Mango Heckmech. So getting a bit crucial here as we get to the last round.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be giving it their all, and I believe our first round we're going to be looking at is going to be on Zone's Mahi Resort, a really nice map that really is limited for your spacing until you're at least halfway through ticking down the zone. In that case, you really want to be in control when that map pretty much elevates for you. You have a lot more paint to work with, a lot more ground to cover, and you could extend your lead even further by holding off the enemy team in their spawn area. And without further ado, here we go. Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi. Let's see what these teams bring out. And apparently a DC is one of them.
They brought out one less player than the other team, so a little bit of a disadvantage at the start. Maybe we'll go ahead and cancel this, get some out. But we'll preview the comps to see. We see the T-Tech coming out. I wonder if we're just going to stay with that, or maybe if they just saw that they lost somebody at the weapon select, so we're just kind of going funny comps. But interesting to see, T-Tech. It seems like a lot of people going with the Neo Splash if they want kind of the paint slash strike spot, but a few sticklers out there in the minority going with the T-Tech. I kind of am on the fence myself. I definitely appreciate the Splat Bomb a lot more than the Suction Bomb, and just kind of the extra fighting power that the T-Tech gives you. But if you want just pure paint, it seems like Splash is the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the recent patch, and that's something I was so interested to see during this tournament, is how these players were going to kind of shift their comps around because of the recent patch. We had that dedicated most of the changes to nerfs to a lot of weapons, and something I noticed a lot thus far into the tournament was a lot of double strike comps. Now it seems like it's a really reasonable type of comp to run. You have one that's going to be purely focused on probably building up that paint, getting a lot of paint for your teammates, making sure those strikes are coming out ever so often, while the other can be used for maybe advantageous or disadvantaged states that you can kind of use a little bit more accurately rather than just pop them just to pop them. And I know something we've been seeing a lot less of thus far is Squeezer. A lot more players are opting to go with the sword, which I believe we saw a little bit ago coming from one of the sides. I believe it was Moonlight side. I think they were going to run the Decapitator. So I love teams kind of throwing some ideas out in the air, see what might stick, especially with some weapons already being changed to be less than ideal.
Yeah, and despite all that, it seems like Pencil is still alive and well. Also seeing a lot of Pencils so far. So I haven't been watching all day, but I don't recall seeing a heavy edit anywhere, though. It seems like that's been kind of the big loser of the patch so far. A lot of people really not a fan of that paint nerf, but it looks like we're about to jump in, this time with 8 members in the room, so let's get into it.
Absolutely. Taking a look now officially at these comps. Yes, there's the decap, and just as I said before, though, a little bit of a jinx is the Squeezer actually coming out by Nolan on the side of Moonlight. And I love that Simo's going to be running the tent with Zuka. That's going to be a double Zuka comp on the side of BtDx. See what they can challenge here. Maybe try to eye out where they can get rid of the Pencil on the side of Moonlight.
Yeah, it's interesting decision making because, Shadowwind, definitely one of the more skilled 10 players out there, but he's going to be going with the T-Deck instead, so we'll see if Simo can kind of make them regret going tentless on this map. You see just kind of using this tent shield, getting some space, and somehow getting 2 at the same time at different parts there.
It makes me wonder right there if the Tenchill was actually able to get the pick because they were so weak. If it was, it might have been the Panic Zuka, which although was slightly nerfed during the patch, was just not enough for a full difference of running less Zukas in the comp. As right now, BtDx is showing a dominant performance, being able to hold the zone for so long until just now Moonlight able to swap it up. Omega trying to get rid of that Tenchill, trying to push away Simo at the end there, doing a great job. Some players falling back for that cooler. A lot of great pairings here by Moonlight, making sure they can hold off some more of the members of BtDx, but it's not enough. They're back in control of zone.
Yeah, that was a great job by Mecha there, winning that fight and then turning around and getting the other pick. And now we see the Zuka just to tack on, make it a triple. And now not going to rest there, pushing up, able to take out Shadow while he was striking and then jumping out to safety. Just textbook gameplay there.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what you call great player awareness. You're able to spot where these players are that might be using their specials, especially if you're communicating well with your team. Someone could have called it out, immediately looked over that side and get that pick. Moonlight on the back pedal here. They have to reset. They have to go in together with some specials. So they want a chance at holding this zone back. Tossing these strikes out very slowly here. Unfortunately, Slosher on the side is going to pick them off, but those strikes will be enough just to hold that zone. And now, right away, whoa, nice double. That's a triple play by Omega with the decab. Oh, what an incredible weapon.
Oh, it's got to be so satisfying to take out two people with just one swipe, and that's exactly what happened there. Mecha, really good job there to get Moonlight back in control here.
Yeah, I mean, Omega's putting on an incredible display of this weapon, showing all it can do, while the rest of Moonlight are kind of holding off on the sides. They have specials ready as well. It's going to be strikes online for Shadow, looking for a great opportunity to use them. It might be coming soon, considering they just swapped over for that lead. Bubble popped as well on that snipe to hold off more space. Fortunately, Pencil will go down. Down goes two more. It is just Omega somehow still holding on, getting one, looking for another, gets another. Can they hold on? Omega gets three. Omega is holding down, getting a quad, allowing for their team to come back and try to fight for zone.
Oh my gosh. Man, I feel like a lot of people are going to be wanting to pick up Decapitator after this day.
Oh, but absolutely, especially after that display. I mean, that was truly incredible.
Let's see now the Shark here with the tent. One-shots the T-Tech and now spinning around and just trying to get some control of zone here. We see the ping coming out. Nolan trying to hold on, but not going to be able to. Going to get rushed and then taken down.
BtDx in a really great position right here. They have a good amount of control, but they're strikes ready on both sides. I know BtDx is waiting to see if they can catch any players lacking for an opportunity to use those strikes, but they're going to be actually used to counteract Moonlight strikes that before would be able to cap the zone. Nice bubble by Omega to hold in a little bit more space for their squeezer. Nolan to kind of hold some pressure. That's going to be a cap down there and a full wipeout for Moonlight. Now they're able to take a lot of space and build up specials as Nolan is just right there for Zuka.
Yeah, the penalty is not very big, so this really is going to be the fight that they're going to have to win, and that's not a great start there. It looks like a bomb kill, able to take down the 10 Umbrella. Now we see the Zuka coming out, trying to catch somebody, not going to be able to, but we see now they're just trying to get some specials. They have the Zuka ready on their own. Mecha's going to try to find somebody here with the strikes. He's going to be able to, and now they just need to get some ping on the zone. They have a two-man advantage at the moment. Going to try to just lock out Nolan here. They will get the flip, and we'll see if they can finish off Nolan. Yeah, just before he jumps out.
Great play of a 2v1 situation there. Fortunately, they couldn't get out. Now it's BtDx holding this zone, and they're really close to knocking out those penalty points, able to build up some natural ones in hopes of getting a lead. Oh, but Simo goes down. There's the potential that you could really use. Down goes their Slosher, and Moonlight quickly takes that back, and with the strikes coming on out, 10 more seconds to go. This might be in favor of Moonlight.
Yeah, just a little bit more. Not too many players left alive. We see Simo get a nice pick, but gonna get taken out as well. It is gonna be the game. So, wow, this is gonna be quite a set here. You know, we saw anytime you can get a multiple flips of possession of the zone whenever you're already in last-ditch effort territory. You know, these teams are just so evenly matched, so good at having a plan to retake, but Moon was able to get the early victory.
Yeah, great performance by Moonlight, even in situations that look like they might have been down for the count. I mean, we had some really amazing clutch plays come out from some of the members on Moonlight, especially Omega, halfway through that game there, being able to get a full wipe pretty much as players kept on coming in from BtDx, just holding that positioning and allowing the rest of their members to come back in. I mean, that was such a highlight of that game that, like you've said before, a lot of decaf lovers are now going to be poking around.
Yeah, it's crazy. So wait for the next map to come in. But if you're BtDx, it's definitely, you know, you're thinking we had them, we were pretty close. And you look back at kind of their route, you know, the other team that going into this set matching Moonlight as far as records go with a 3-1 record, the Mango Heckmech team, BtDx took them to a game 5. So you know, they've had a pretty long, painful tournament run here. Really taken a lot of games off some high teams, but just not quite getting the victory. So we'll see if this time they can finish the job here on Brinewater Springs.
Brinewater Springs, such an interesting map to counterpick, but again, it's a very short map. You could be in the enemy's spawn ramp in a matter of seconds if you get even half of a wipeout, forcing the rest to back up. But you do have those flank routes you could come off of from the sides, which I could totally see a lot of players wanting to use, especially like if they keep going Squeezer on the side of Moonlight. I mean, Strikes also single-handedly cap zone so easily here, a lot better than you could if you wanted to try to go something like Reef Slider because of the block in the middle, which blocks a lot of entryway. So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams are going to maybe counteract with any kind of comp changes to try to, you know, give them any kind of advantage.
Yeah, this map definitely just feels good for the backliners because they can just influence so much of the zone, even past the zone, without even really putting themselves in that much of harm's way. So it really is going to be just kind of what backline weapons get chosen and what weapons are going to be targeting those backlines. You know, do we do double Zdooka to try to just keep them honest? Do we do some kind of blaster to keep them from peeking the ledges? And let's see what they go with.
All right, we're going to see the Neo Splash come out of Moonlight, as well as from BtDx. Having those quick strikes and a lot of paint is a really good call. And we also are actually going to see Simo switch to the custom range blaster for Kraken, another great choice. And it's also double strikes for BtDx. So it's some great special usage opportunities that right away we're going to see it come on out. Both strikes come at the same time trying to cap the zone, and they'll get it back.
Oh my god, just tons of kills. I mean, both teams just getting their coolers out and just like fight, and that's exactly what's going to happen. But it is going to be Moonlight now getting the advantage once again, and we see running all the way up into BtDx base. They have really good control right now, and they're going to have to use strikes to try to get them off this area.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dangerous part about this map, is you're able to just really hold forward and almost be in their spawn. A nice Zuka from the side by Nolan captures a player trying to flank around. Nolan has a really good hold here on their ramp. Cooler will be popped, and they're going to use that to their advantage to maybe feed forward just a little bit more, as Nolan tries to find a pick on another one. Strikes take out one. Nolan gets another. They're looking for the last two members, and they're going to be able to get them all except for one that jumps out, but that's practically a delayed wipe.
Yeah, this is now getting to the point of the game where they need to make something happen here, and something is happening. The Kraken now getting one and forcing the rest back, so it is going to be the zone of control for BtDx. We see the cooler come out. Blaster just going to be poking along these ledges, going to try to keep Basil taken out right now with the help of Pony on the pencil. So now it is going to be a good opportunity for a longer hold now for BtDx, but their frontliners are going to get taken down as the rest are pinning the zone, so maybe not going to be able to hold this advantage as long as they'd hoped.
You know, and jumps are going to come on in, somehow be able to get that pick. The Slosher takes out the Neo Splash. Little trade-off there. A lot of trades just kind of going off in the center right now, as BtDx is still in control of this zone, although they're going to get picked off immediately by Nolan, holding forward, being able to quickly get these picks off. Pencil holds it together, but a flank around from Shadow gets 2 to 3 players. They're back in control, and strikes are online to further this control.
Nolan might have just really saved things there, because if he doesn't pick out the shot, then the jump to the shot as well as the pencil were able to live, maybe even hold the zone. So really big play right there to get the team back in control. And we see though BtDx is gonna just take it right back now, so they're working on the penalty once again.
Oh, Mecha tried to have a little bit of a shark around that corner. Shadow captures it though real quickly. Strikes are going to be online. 3v3 on the map. Strikes will come on out. Try to flip that zone. Omega with a nice slash on the slosher around the corner. Something that the Decapitator is so good at. Bubble with panic pop there. It might not have been enough. Shadow somehow sneaking on through just to jump back out. Incredible use of that cooler, being able to get out in no time. And that's going to be 2 players down from Moonlight. BtDx still holding on.
We've seen some wild cooler jumps all day, just enabling people to just take the most aggressive positions and then just bail out immediately. Always keeping people on their toes, because they have to look at it. Even if they think they're not going to commit, they still have to pay attention to it. And then we see trying to get out there, but this time not quite enough. But we see the lead is very dangerously close to changing here. Moonlight's going to have to capture soon, or else they are in danger of losing it. It looks like they are going to lose it just barely and get control back.
The 1-point lead is gonna haunt Moonlight if they're unable to turn this around, but they have really good control here. Strikes are used to try to get the front lines in. Nolan doing a great job at walling that off, and Omega looking for an opportunity trying to swim in. Simo's gonna flank around here, see if they get any good blaster picks, but they're caught immediately by Shadow, denying it, but the zone was capped.
I don't know how none of those blaster shots were able to get the pick on Shadow, just hitting the floor a little too much. But as we enter the last 45 seconds of this game, it's once again everybody's game, basically identical score, basically identical penalties, and we see the strikes hang out. It is going to be BtDx in control once again. We see dropping on the blaster here, going to get punished for that is Nolan, and now a jump out, so they are going to have to try to take this with a member down.
Yeah, Bubble's gonna be popped by Omega to hold that front area. A nice pick on the slosher. Omega gets one, but Pony trades that back. Pony doing a great job at holding this angle, making it really hard for Moonlight to get on in. 10 more seconds to go, and they just cap the zone with a couple more points taken for BtDx. If Moonlight can hold, they'll be sending this into overtime with 2 players down. I don't think they'll be able to do it. No. BtDx ties the score 1-1.
Man, yeah, very, very, again, just these games are so back and forth. I love seeing just so many zone possession changes here. We're not getting just kind of I thought maybe we were on our way to seeing that lockout early on whenever all the members of Moonlight were able to push up so far into BtDx's base there, but, these players are so good. They don't panic. Even if the score is really not looking their way and they have no presence on the map whatsoever, they're just going to get their specials and slowly claw their way back and live to fight another day. And that's exactly what they did, and it got them the win.
Yeah, so one thing I noticed between the difference between Moonlight and BtDx when they had that swap in aggression was that Moonlight really tried to hold forward in the openings. And I mean, they did a great job at it for a little bit, but when BtDx had control, they weren't exactly going all the way up to the spawn to rush those picks. They played it very patiently, and they knew some players were going to have some advantages over those corners, like Omega on the decap. And I think that was brought into their attention early on, especially during that first game with a nice double that Omega was able to get. So playing it a little bit more carefully and not just so spontaneous really helped them get that lead and that win.
Yeah, and so now as we await game 3, we are going to go to Umami Ruins. Curious to see here if maybe we see the 10 umbrella come back out. It's the zone is maybe, each zone just a little bit wider than that 10 shield, so you can kind of get a lot of free paint on that zone by just shooting the shield out, and then you have that kind of narrow ramp to go up to the enemy spawn. Also perfect for being able to just kind of use a shield to brute force your way through there. But then we saw Simo also go range blaster here. I think that could be a strong pick as well, because these pencil players are able to control so much of the map from the snipe or from the top mid area if they have control. So gonna be really interested to see what they go with.
Yeah, definitely. And both are excellent choices for Bet to go with. I mean, those are a little interesting kind of coin flips. What do you do? What do you pick? And especially with the enemy team, if you're able to get into your opponent's spawn, I mean, if you're able to bring your backlane, the pencil, up onto the little dome area, you're going to be in for quite the lockout. So that's going to be something to consider, finding ways to get back in if anything like that happens, because a little bit like Brine Water, once you're able to get past those zones, the spawn's right there. You could just hold around those block areas, that little ramp spot, and hold for a while, especially if you're able to kind of stagger those specials and make the other team have to find another way in.
Yeah, and I'd say compared to the first two maps we saw, this map, to me at least, seems much harder to retake. So I'm very curious to see how teams choose to approach this very first fight. You know, are they going to play more passive and just kind of wait for the cooler to come out before they fight, or are they going to try to get a jump on whatever team is doing that and try to rush them down before they can even get the coolers? Going to be really crucial here, more so than either of the first two maps, as far as what happens in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's right, because this is a split zone map. So if you're going to control one of the sides, you want to be able to go in together and take full control, at least of one of them, especially having control of that top mid area is going to give you such an advantage of being able to help kind of be over those ledges. And something that the blaster, like you mentioned before, being really good at poking those ledges, poking the great areas. It can also, if sat properly on top mid, can poke either of those sides, especially the other end of that little plat area that a lot of players love to swim up. So that could be a great spot to catch any players trying to shark through for an opportunity on either of those sides. So it's gonna definitely change the way some of them are gonna have to react with the either both cooler and special usages, and how they're gonna want to try to attack both those zones.
I'm disappointed it took me this long to realize, but you know, in the wisdom of the Sendou seeding, we should have known we'd be in for a good set, because this is the 4 seed Moonlight going up against the 5 seed BtDx. So more on the agenda, and it looks like, yeah, they're gonna stick with the range blaster. Why not? I got you the win last game, and we see early pencils just painting there for the coolers, and we see immediately a bucket trying to take top mid. Gonna have to back off though, because all that fire gonna focus there, and we see both coolers come out. It looks like it is gonna be Moonlight gets it out just a little early, but they are gonna be the first to go down.
Yeah, and something else I noticed is that Moonlight decided to bring out the vanilla Splash-O-Matic, and that's going to have Crab, a really good weapon on trying to poke out anything from far range, because it has just that Hydra length of range to poke any team or enemy players out. And right now, unfortunately, they weren't able to find any picks with it, and Strikes slow up Moonlight's push back in. But with Zuka online, they're going to need to look for at least one pick here with it to try to take back the zone, as they are going to be able to find one with the Zuka, find another, but Simo's Kraken trades it out and finds another one.
Oh man, it hurts so much to get taken out by the Kraken right before the special ends, and you know, Simo just making good use of just the full length of their special. And now we see right now Mecha gonna run down Nolan here, as Nolan's gonna be occupied by the blaster. Is gonna be able to avenge Simo that gets taken out, and now it is gonna be that control for BtDx at the moment. Now we see the strikes come out, forcing Omega to drop it. Omega's gonna get the pick and then just jump out, and we see Shadow trying to take use of that space. Now we see the Crab coming out as well to really pressure top mid and the sides.
Yeah, Shadow doing a great job at using that Crab to support their teammates as well, getting rid of the blaster on the right side, which has really been a damper in Moonlight's ability to push on forward. Omega's already getting to get one picked off in the front, somehow still staying alive as Shadow. That helps a lot with those burst bombs. It's going to be 3 players down for BtDx. It's just the pencil, and Shadow's going to try to rush them, but they'll jump on out. Moonlight now in a really good advantageous state, trying to push on forward, take more than just the lead.
Oh my gosh, and there's a nice direct, and we see the Kraken come out now as members are running up to the base, and we're going to see a Kraken go up against the Crab. The Crab didn't fall, a little bait there, just hanging on to that block, and now it is going to be more points ticking away now, and it looks like they're going to have a hard time breaking it now, as the only member left is the blaster. Just going to try to hope for maybe a direct here, but Nolan going to rush down, going to get avenged, but they only have 10 more seconds to try to make something happen.
and those burst bombs are going to get a nice damage on the Slosher. They're going to take control of one zone at a time, striking the other side with both of the strikes that they have. Can they get it? Yes, they will. And taking out Basil in the process. That's going to be no pencil available. We do see the bubble was popped by Omega, trying to see if they can get a little bit extra paint usage. But Zemo's Kraken's going to have to back up after destroying it, making sure they don't get picked off themselves. Penalty points are over, and now Moonlight's going to look for an opportunity to push back in with the Crab.
Yeah, and we see the Crab coming out, able to pick off Zemo, but so far Control not really going their way, and we see the strikes now coming out. They're going to have to rush in, but they're not going to be able to take them out. 2 members go down, and now we're entering a dicey situation here. Penalty's already burned through. They only have 30 seconds left to try to make something happen. The cooler comes out. They also have strikes online ready, so they're going to have to... Moonlight's going to have to try to find some kind of picks here if they want to stop this KO as it's coming. We see the Zuka come out. Oh, not quite able to find somebody, and it's going to get taken out as well. We see Omega here on the side, hanging out in the bubble, at least trying to hang on to the zone for the time being, but it's the right zone that's the problem. They're not quite able to get it. We see the strikes come out, and it looks like the zone is going to stay in control of BtDx. And we see the double, the triple, not quite the quad. The win is going to go to Destroy X here.
Wow, I mean, first of all, that blaster AoE to finish that off getting 2 was a beautiful use of that weapon's just ability. But yeah, I mean, Bet is able to secure the win, now being 1 game away from taking this round 5 set. What an incredible hold. And you know, you almost think that to see, especially at the end there with those strikes, that they kind of predicted where Moonlight was going to use those specials. I mean, it was a lot of times that Crab was being popped on that block over and over, and you can only do things so often before it's caught on, and that Crab was shredded instantly by those strikes. Omega tried to go a pick on the pencil, wasn't enough even after holding for so long on that zone. And the rest of the members unfortunately follow suit to the fate of just getting picked off at the end. But great win by Bet, and Moonlight was already raring to go with their counter pick map of Robo Ramen.
Yeah, Moonlight really getting tested here for the first time in this tournament. You know, their first two sets were 3-0 victories, and then finally they dropped a game in their 3rd set, and then Greenstar, you know, really looking like a strong team here, was able to 3-0 them, but now they're on the back ropes once again. So it's rough going through a tournament. The first 3 rounds you only lose 1 game, and then all of a sudden, you know, round 4 and 5 so far, you've already dropped 5 games combined in those. So try not to make it a 6th here. If they can just stay alive and try to turn this set around. As you said, the counter pick is Robo Ramen, so we'll see what they have planned here.
Yeah, I'm really curious again about Zemo's pick, what they're going to go here, because Blaster is great to use on that front ledge around the glass where most pencils like to hang out. I mean, the Tent Shield also does a really good job at pushing through mid and also painting practically half the zone once it's going through. I mean, it's going to be an interesting to see what they're going to counter with their comps, if they change anything at all. But you know, so far they haven't changed much, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's been getting them solid wins so far. And for Moonlight, I'm wondering if they're gonna bring back out the Neo Splash for strikes. Are they gonna hold on to that V Splash, or are they gonna switch things up a little bit more? Maybe double cooler for all we know. I believe that player plays the Zap a lot, but I don't have to speculate anymore. We're going right into it.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing basically the same thing coming out from Moonlight, and we see, yeah, the Range Blaster. It's hard to argue against the Range Blaster when it got you 2 wins, whereas the 10 Umbrella got you that loss back in game 1, kind of, you know, forced the other team to make you adapt. And right now, it looks like Moonlight is pretty set in the comp that they want to use, just better executed here. We see Omega just starting off on the side, able to chase away 1 member. We see Mecha here with the early strikes, and it is going to be an early member down for Moonlight. So BtDx picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, doing a great job just getting these picks. Mecha getting 2 before getting picked off by Omega. Omega swiftly taking out another player there, holding this forward. Bubble is going to come on out. They're going to pick off one last player, and the zone is going to flip over for Moonlight's favor. Although holding forward just a little too much. Omega punished for that quick aggression, and strikes will come on out again to get punished only by Nolan. And Azuka from underneath takes out 2. Oh my, Moonlight's looking really solid right now.
Oh man, yeah, Nolan not discouraged by these squeezer nerfs, able to get a ton of value out of the weapon there, as we saw. Potentially saving the set right now, as we're already down to 50 with the timer. We see Shadow has the strikes ready, just kind of pinning up the flanks right now. So much control on the side. They're going to try to have to break that control with the strikes, with the Kraken, able to chase some members away, but it doesn't look like the members of BtDx have been able to move in. In fact, they're getting taken out by Omega.
Omega holding strong. Unfortunately, the bubble just shrunk a little bit too much there, and they get picked off. But with no specials immediately ready for BtDx, Moonlight just has to try to hold, but they're going to go players down. Strikes are going to shoo them away. Omega can only hold so long at the end there by themselves. Bet is going to take control of that zone, hold it now, and try to build up specials to further this, because they have quite a ways to go before they get that lead back.
That was a huge job by Pony, able to just neutralize the zone, just stop the counter, because their splash player was about 90% to strikes, but if you don't at least stop the timer, then the strikes are going to come in too late. So good job just able to extend the game as a team there, and just live to fight another day. And we see now Simo coming up, trying to get some value of this Kraken, but we see they are trying to dodge him pretty well, but not well enough, is able to find Nolan there, but it is going to still be control for Moonlight.
Yeah, Moonlight barely holding on there as they get one down from Simo before. They do have strikes ready, so they could try to clear out that elbow area that Bet's holding on to. Strikes will actually be used to counteract BtDx's, so that we can hold the zone just a little bit more. They're trying to paint over it. Down will go Omega to Simo on the ledge there, being able to poke around. Nolan does have Zuka ready. They're going to try to back up to a comfortable spot, getting rid of Pony, and that is going to be the cooler user down for Bet. And they're going to try to hold on just a little bit more as the Kraken helps take out Omega.
Oh my gosh. A little scary when you have a decapitator just so in your face right there, but the drink able to live another day right now, as we see Pony just trying to pressure, but there is the bubblers going to just possess half the zone on its own. Then the strikes will take the other cap. Pretty easy flip of the zone right there for Moonlight. And now Nolan is coolered up, trying to just lock down here. The Zuka is almost ready, gonna find a nice spot to use it right now, and finds one. Almost found a second, but we see the Slosher able to at least hold back, but not long enough. Really nice aim there.
Excellent job there by Nolan being able to get that pick on the Slosher. That's a huge pick. Shadow getting a nice bomb spot on Pony. Again, no coolers to be ready. Sima will pop Kraken to find one player. Shadow wants to stay alive here because they do have strikes online. BtDx will pop there, secure the zone back, and Simo's ready to go on forward. Shadow tried to jump back, but the end of the strike caught them, so they're not going to have strikes ready. Bubble gets popped trying to fight a player on the side, but they're all shredding it. Zuka comes in out of nowhere, taking more players down. That's a delayed, no, full wipeout for Moonlight.
Yeah, Nolan is going wild this game. Does not want this set to end right here if they can help it. So right now just trying to walk back from all this pressure. The team is able to get a pick, and now going to step forward to try to get a kill, but not going to be able to. We see Mecha with the strikes ready there to come out right now with Nolan down. He does jump back in, but the strikes are going to counteract the other strikes, so maybe they're going to need the strikes from the Slosher now, but the Slosher goes down, so you're not going to get those strikes. Instead, you're just going to have to paint the zone, the old-fashioned way, Kraken helping you out, but they're not going to be able to, and it's going to be Moonlight evening up the set.
Wow, I mean, incredible display there. Moonlight being able to secure incredible picks at the right moments with their specials. That was awesome. I love to see that. And unfortunately, Bet just couldn't find the way back in because Moonlight was set up. They were locked in for those last couple moments, just securing the zone. I love at the end there how the Kraken just tried to do something. Kind of swim in the zone, but it can only paint so much. So they tied up the set. It's 2-2, anyone's game.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. So the stakes for this final game, if Moonlight wins, they just cleanly move on to our top cut here. If BtDx wins, then I don't know. We're in kind of tiebreaker hell here. We'll have 3 teams that are 3-2. I can't really math right now to know who would have the edge as far as wins losses for matches, but if you're Moonlight, you really hope it doesn't have to come to that, and you can just win this cleanly on Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, Barnacle and Dime, it's again just only back to the one full zone. There's 2 nice flank routes that you can try to take, but again, a nice snipe with a little bit of a great area that the pencils will probably sit on most of the time, so they'll be able to catch you out there. But the blast will probably have some fun poking that area off. Strikes will have a good advantage here, capping the zone for the most part on their own, and it's going to be a dangerous situation if you're going to get locked out, because once the enemy team has control of that ramp area towards your plat, things can get a little dicey if you don't have specials to come back in with. And considering how fast BtDx was able to pick their counter for the map, I mean, they're thinking what they want to run, and it's probably going to be a similar comp. Moonlight now has a couple of comps they could run. The T-Tech seem to do the best of the work there, putting out a lot of paint, good fighting capability, as well as a really good capping special. So this is really going to be a close game.
Yeah, you make a good point. This is definitely the final boss as far as lockout favored maps here. Definitely going to be important once again what happens early on, but you know, if I'm BtDx, I'm going to be really worried about what this Decapitator is doing with these flanks. Not only able to get in positions that you might not expect, but able to hold those positions with the big bubblers. So definitely a lot of cause for concern. The communication is going to have to be on point here to know where that Decapitator is at all times.
Yeah, definitely, especially with how well it can just turn corners on a dime and be able to get some great picks. I mean, we saw it before, and this map is no stranger to having a lot of ledges around that you could just pick right off. All it takes is the decap to shark right underneath the snipe and just turn around at a nice 90-degree angle and get someone just poking a little too close to the ramp, and you're able to be in some trouble. So it's, I mean, with a blaster and a decap, just both having their own unique opportunities to get picks and their own specials that can hold a lot of space or force players around. I mean, it's going to be an interesting counter for the other teams, what they want to try to push back in with.
Definitely going to be just interesting here. We're just kind of figuring out, we had to reset the room, so we want a nice clean, fresh connection, I guess, going into this. So just getting that sorted out here as everybody gets rejoined. You know, you got to build up the suspense a little bit. You know, game 5, this is the last game of the round robin part of this tournament. One of these teams we're probably not going to, well, one of these teams we're definitely not going to see the rest of the tournament. So just trying to figure out which one that's going to be here is what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's not, unfortunately not on purpose, but we love to have suspense built up, have everyone just kind of at the edge of their seat, wanting this game to start, who's going to have the first control and be able to bring it the whole way, which is actually something we haven't seen yet this far, but that's how you know we have two teams that are really just neck and neck at skill level. Is that no one team is just hard in control of that zone for the entire duration. It's really just consistent back and forth, a lot of fighting to try to get back in, and a lot of good pick opportunities on both sides to get a lot of trades on the map to make it really dangerous for anyone to want to have to push into too far altogether, because the last thing you really want to do is just wipe out in key situations.
Yeah, both these teams have really proved their mastery at being able to retake, which, you know, really speaks to their skill, because, you know, if you are one of these top teams, you probably don't get a ton of practice retaking unless it is against other top teams. Most of the time you're going to be the team in control, you're going to be the team defending, you're going to be the team KOing. So to get the practice in to learn, okay, what do we do when we're at a disadvantage? That just speaks to both these teams, their kind of drive, their dedication, playing this game and just being able to know how to react whenever the odds are against them.
Yeah, that's something a lot of teams might fumble underneath the pressure of, right? It's that being able to get back in and keep holding forward without unfortunately feeding your way through and putting your team in a stagger. You have to be a little bit more coordinated and have good opportunities to get back in without wasting too many resources, which a lot of teams tend to do, whether it's using a Zuka at the same time as you're using your strikes, or using any other special, like for the instance of Bet, if you're going to use Kraken at the same time as you might use your strikes. You know, having those chained together is going to get you a lot further than it is at the same time. So here we go. It is a match point for both teams. The comps are rolling out. Shadow sticking to that T-Tech and the same comp out of Bet that we've been seeing for the past couple games.
Yeah, both teams now just kind of rolling with what they're comfortable with. We see the Pencil staying back to get their cooler while the other members rush forward to try to get early control of the zone. It is going to be Moonlight getting the very early cap, and now going to try to just harass on this plat. Going to have to back up with the strikes here, so it is going to be now BtDx. We get early control. We see a trade go down at first, and both teams just kind of playing things, poking around, waiting for their specials, and now wondering if these strikes can maybe catch somebody jumping back in, but not quite that lucky. It's going to be Shadow now just kind of moving in, clearing out space. We see the big bubbler come out as well to try to hold some space while the decapitator died. Not going to be able to hold that space though, and we see early on just both teams back and forth trying not to wipe, as you said, which is just so crucially bad on this map.
Yeah, because once you're gonna get wiped out, it's one heck of a hard time to get back in because you're so limited, especially with that front plat area that we see Bet is kind of stuck in right now. This might as well have been a wipeout for them because they can't find a proper way in, and they're just gonna have to wait for some specials. We do see that they do have strikes online for Moonlight. Simo's gonna come on out with the Kraken to shoot players away, but with the Slosher going down and the Kraken not finding any last-minute picks, they're just kind of burning specials here on Bet. Moonlight's just 30 points away from taking this game.
No, and you do not want to see a big bubbler there as a member goes down now. So only 2 people left now. This is really just going to have to be a true last-ditch effort. They need to make something happen here. Need to find some picks really now, down to 8 seconds. And is Moonlight finally going to run away with the first quick KO of the game, of the set? They will. And it is going to be Moonlight taking the set in 5 games over BtDx.
Oh, an incredible set played, incredible game secured. Moonlight taking it away, having just a great positioning all around during that whole game. I mean, from the little bit back and forth in the beginning to just being able to get pretty much a delayed wipeout and forcing Bet just into that really rough area on the map just to try to get out of from their spawn. I mean, there's so many different ways you could try to get out, but it's really going to come down to what you're able to make with what you can. And Moonlight was able to stop whatever outcome it was going to try to be for Bet to escape. So Moonlight secures that with a 3-2. And I believe that does secure Moonlight into an opportunity to go to top cut.
Yeah, well, that'll be 4-1 up for Moonlight, so they're definitely in now. Looks like our top cut is set. It is going to be from Group A, Moonlight, and then, as we mentioned before, Greenstar. Really looking dangerous here. 5-0, has not lost a game yet. And then on the other side, we have Lion Pizza Chicken as the top team coming out of Group B, along with Celeste will be the other team there. So hang out, and we're just going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with our top 4.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the SendouQ Season 4 finale. Starting things right up, we're going to be going to semifinals, Greenstar versus Celeste. I am a Glitch Cactus, and joining me on the commentary stand is Guru. And how are you feeling about this semifinals match?
I'm excited to see if anybody... I'm not even worried about the set. Just can somebody today please take a game off of Greenstar right now? 15-0 through the round robin round. So, you know, they're just kind of skating on by against some tough competition. But Celeste looks to be the toughest team that they'll have to face yet. You know, they have only dropped 4 games themselves, and 2 of those were against the Lion Pizza Chicken team that we saw almost able to score a reverse sweep against that team. So they're definitely seem like they're kind of heating up as the day is going on here, but they're facing a tough team here in Greenstar.
Yeah, I mean, Greenstar, like you said, didn't drop a single game, and I can't imagine that the sets had to be too extremely close. But you know, Greenstar aiming to keep their win streak alive. Celeste hoping to knock them down a few, or at least, you know, take the set, which would be an amazing situation for them. Now, for those wondering, we will be viewing both semifinals matches, so don't you worry, you will not be missing any of this semis action for today. But the first map we're going to look at today for these two teams is going to be Umami Ruins. Like we saw before, Umami Ruins, split zones. You're gonna have to try to capture both at both of the zones if you want to be able to hold control. And a lot of teams are gonna often try to push in off of one side at a time if they can, taking control of that top mid area. What do you think these teams are gonna be bringing out?
It's hard to say, you know. All these players just so strong. I'm wondering if we are gonna see Atomic potentially on. I always think of Atomic as the roller, but that kind of shows my age there. I think they're more into squeezer these days. But you know, we could hope for some roller gameplay. You know, it's not out of the question. But you know, I just think kind of the ledges here around top mid and stuff definitely could be kind of advantageous, or just being able to sit on top mid, just kind of rain down on anybody below. It's an intriguing proposition. Celeste, you know, we saw Cam on the bucket earlier. It really seems like a lot of teams are rolling with a bucket despite the nerfs. So still very strong, you know, even after the slight nerfs they got. Just, you know, the buffs before that really seemed to benefit well, and people are digging it these days.
Yeah, absolutely. Those buffs, although slightly changing some of those weapons that we've seen, it hasn't stopped them from still seeing if they can work. I believe a lot of players mentioned that Slosher loses 1 to 2 sloshes. Squeezer, of course, a little bit of its range, a little bit of mobility, but it hasn't stopped teams from running those. The only thing I think we haven't seen is, unfortunately, the heavy edit that has gotten the most done to it. Made it, unfortunately, Pencil still one of the best cooler weapons to run. Something I am curious about is if any of these teams might switch off of Pencil, right? I mean, Pencil, although it is really good, Zap is also a great paint usage, and I'm not sure what other backline you could try to replace that with, but there's always options, even for not backline comps. I mean, we've seen teams run just pure frontline with a hint of midline in there, with whether it's a Stamper or a Blaster or a third option as well. I know Squeezer is still very popular. So these teams could be trying to look into taking something different as an approach, but we'll just have to wait and see as we're waiting just a few more players to ready on up.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, granted I don't play Pencil, but I feel like if I were playing Pencil, this does seem like a harder map as far as angles to actually get picks yourself, but it is so easy to kind of just be on the edge of top mid when on defense, try to look for some picks, and then as soon as your teammates go down, you can just back up to the other side of top mid, be a safe jump, and still able to influence the game pretty well from there. We are actually going to see the red Pencil come out. You kind of mentioned maybe, you know, straying away from the Pencil. They kind of met you halfway there, going with the Zap and the red Pencil.
Yeah, Red Pepper's an interesting choice. It's gonna give you rain as a special, of course, a splash wall as well to hold off anyone trying to hold forward on you. And taking a look at Greenstar's comp, we are gonna see double midline, right? We're gonna see that vanilla range blaster that I believe does have wave breaker, and you're gonna have the foil squeezer bringing out screen. That's a good opportunity to kind of push in with that. Hold on forward. A lot of picks going down here, but it's going to be Celeste, though, able to get 3 players down on Greenstar and get back a couple more points. Probably switching over just enough for a lead as they're really holding forward here as Cooler has just popped out.
Yeah, the aggressive strikes there by Cam, not finding anybody, but a situation like that where a lot of players are down, you got to be aware they may just try to jump to that teammate. So if you can get a lot of strikes around there, you might be able to get some free kills. I like the risk there, but instead it is going to be greenstar able to start to work back in, but some trades going off. They are going to be able to get control of the zone, but it definitely seems like Celeste is not quite on their back foot now.
Yeah, Celeste is wasting no time going in. They're going to see the Decav get a pick as a trade, a little bit more holding forward. Phoenix here is going to be panning for that cooler, popping that right away for their teammates to come on in and be coolered up. Not have to risk too much about, going in and feeding in a little bit as they're going to do. Phoenix able to get 1.5, looking for one more on Zenith. Can they find it or will they find the jump? The jump instead will trade. One last player here is going to be Atomic getting picked off as well. And it's going to be these zones just kind of trading back and forth. Unfortunately, there's going to be most of the members of Celeste going down as Greenstar takes control of that zone again and takes back the lead.
That was an eventful life for an NZAP. We love seeing the cooler pop and then going into battle mode, but it is going to be getting the Greenstar now with these control here. They are going to back up and just paint over these strikes. Do they notice that somebody dropped on the left? They do, and they are going to take out Cam there. Unfortunate.
Celeste really trying to find an opportunity to go on in here. Atomic kind of holding forward. They get punished immediately. Although that made some players turn around. Gray finds another. A trade-off there goes to Zenith. And Gray's going to see if they can find another pick here. No, they will jump on out, staying alive. And right now, Celeste is in a really tricky situation on trying to go in. They're going to have Bubble get popped on Celeste. Unfortunately, Cam goes down to Atomic. Still trying to hold forward here. Down goes the Squeezer. A couple more points down to go, and Greenstar will have this game. Can Celeste hold on? No, they cannot. Greenstar securing game number 1.
Man, yeah. They are just proving again that they really are top team in this tournament, and it's going to be hard to take any games or sets off of them. One thing I noticed there, it's really incredible watching these top players and seeing, obviously their aim is great, their movement is great, but just, you see, the highlights, the kills, but just the way they're just so quick to disengage from situations. Like, you see that situation with Gray. There was a member of Celeste who was kind of in a bad spot, and then somebody was jumping to them. Rather than kind of be there and try to camp the jump, just put a bomb there, which wasn't quite timed perfectly, didn't get the kill, but Gray was already jumping out before that jump even landed. I feel like more players would be tempted to kind of, camp that jump, get the kill, and even if it potentially risks their own life. So just recognizing that, hey, this kill doesn't matter all that much. I need to jump back and get control. Just the way these players are so good at staying alive and just at the hint of danger, able to jump out and not just kind of chase kill. It's really incredible.
Yeah, the last thing they want to do is feed for picks, especially when they don't need to. I mean, great jumping back there was perfect because they had so much control already. They were able to hold a lot of space, and they just played their range at the end too. We saw the members of Celeste kind of backed into a corner, just trying to find any opportunity they can to go in, but getting picked off from all those angles, all that range that they had on the side of Greenstar, it just made it really hard. And it looks like Celeste did come out with their counter pick. They are counter picking Crab Leg Capital for their next map they want to play on.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see if they decide to change anything up here, or just again going with what kind of work for them. This map, I am concerned because it was Greenstar, I believe, that was rolling with the foil squeezer. So screen here, I definitely feel like can work well because it just covers so much of the part of the map you want to see, you know, the zones. So if you don't want to get damaged or affected by that screen, you really have to wait it out, and you know that's a free 10 to 15 ticks off the timer if you are just trying to play to avoid that. So that's something they kind of have to be aware of, is don't let that foil squeezer get in a good position to lock them out and extend the pushes further.
Absolutely. If Gray sticks to run that blaster, which they are, you're going to want to be so careful on those grates. As Mickey's actually going to pull with a blaster of their own, and the Celeste comp switches to double strikes. Phoenix switches over to the end splash. Cam switches to slosher. We do have the normal pencil coming out on both sides. Both the blasters actually end up trading with each other, so the most of that range goes away, but greenstar again having that squeezer allows them to apply a little bit more pressure. Cam somehow trades off on the bottom there. I thought they were going to stay alive just a little bit longer. Yoshel's getting pushed back into a corner. Celeste's got some control. The question is, can they keep it for long?
Wow, I don't know how they managed to not get taken out by those Zuka shots and then able to get a pick themselves. So again, you know, Celeste looking pretty good in this early going. We see Gray just trying to make something happen, but it's going to get taken out by Cam. So again, these trades are just all going to be in the favor of Celeste right now, but we see now the members of Greenstar slowly starting to work their way in, get some pain on the zone. They are going to neutralize and flip it, so this game will continue on for longer.
Yep, it's not over just yet. Wow, a nice trade there. There's going to be a jump coming in there as Cam trying to find this pick on Zenith. Not going to be successful. Gray gets picked down as the pencil finds a nice pick on Cam from the range. Greenstar's going to hold on to the zone just a little bit longer. Squeezer got a little overzealous there, gets picked off immediately. Mickey now is cooling up, trying to poke in the center of the zone. All they can do is try to bomb out and use their range to their advantage. Celeste recaps that zone, trying to find a pick on Cam. Gets a trade there as well. Just constant trades between both these teams. All it takes is just one bad trade opportunity where that trade turns into just direct picks, just like there with the pencil on pencil as Suzuka has to follow it up, just for them to just get a strong lead and a strong lockout.
And there is that screen. It's going to cause two members of Celeste to go to the left where they are able to get that pick, and then Cam able to follow up again with another nice pick on Gray as he was kind of peeking out a little too far over the ledge. So again, the penalty's already burned through for Celeste, so this is really going to be a hold here that if they can succeed in just holding this, they can win this game right now. We see Gray taking some damage as soon as he drops, going to get taken out. We see the Zuka able to find one, but now here comes the screen to kind of get in. We see the strikes come out, and it's going to be Cam getting taken out here, and just going to be able to flip it just in time is Greenstar.
Yeah, things got dangerous for Greenstar there. Celeste almost had the complete knockout, so they have a lot of good points to work with. But now the foot has flipped on over. We're going to see Greenstar have an incredible hold here. Atomic trying to hold forward and get a pick. It won't be successful. Playing a little bit safe here. Zuka will assist one by Zenith. Trying to find a couple more picks. Phoenix having to jump on back just to stay alive. Reset there as Greenstar has a really good hold of the zone right now. Strikes will come out. Can they flip it? It's not enough. You need more than just the strikes to hold. Two players will go down though for Greenstar. Whale and strikes will come on out, capping that zone for Celeste just as they wanted it. Jumps will come on in for that full cooler on up. Great with a nice pick at the edge here. Jumping on out just to stay alive.
Man, really well done. Gray getting the pick as soon as they jump in, and they're just getting out of trouble, but it's going to be you who finds them, finds another as well. And we see now pencils can fight too. They are getting the picks right now. So close to another, to just settle for an assist, and now the stagger is real. It is going to be Celeste with control right now, just going to have to dodge these Zuka shots, and it's going to be Mikey getting a pick, getting another one, and Greenstar is not going to have enough time, and it's going to be Celeste evening up the set, taking the first game of the day off of Greenstar.
Wow, Celeste's got to feel good after that one. You have ended Greenstar's perfect run and taking a game off of a team on their grouping that seemed to be undefeatable with a solid 15-0 record in the group stage, bringing it to a 16-1 now. Celeste was able to get the upper hand on that map. I mean, what an incredible job at that pencil too. Like you said, pencils can fight. They were poking up so much damage on those players and just putting greenstar in the worst position to have to try to come back in. And of course, Celeste with the victory specialist to kind of keep the remaining players away. Taking that game is a great way to start off this set. It's looking for your way to turn things around.
Yeah, so we wait for the first time today for a greenstar counter pick. Gonna be extra challenging now if you're gonna have to fight them on their terms. They are definitely unhappy right now. So unhappy that they're gonna take you off to Manta Maria, looks like, for our game 3.
Oh, Manta Maria zones, that's just pure evil. I'm sorry, but Manta Maria is an evil zone map to go to. You really have to have a fight against the other team if you're going here. So, I mean, yeah, Manta Maria, 2 zones on each side. Really difficult, honestly, to have all the maps that we've seen thus far to have to cap. Especially just with all the different angles that you could come from, with the giant pillar of the boat in the center, kind of splitting it off. The grates in the bunker area where the pencils are probably going to have a lot of reach over. Blasters will have a field day here, especially poking around that pillar in the center. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see if they are going to go with any comp changes and how these teams are going to play around this map, because zones in Manta Maria, not something you see every day.
Yeah, and maybe not quite Barnacle level, but close as far as difficulty on the retake. You know, that's just kind of hard to deal with. Any kind of backline weapon like a pencil just kind of strafing around the mast in the middle. You know, you're not quite able to get them caught, you know, in the ink, because they have the grates there, so they're never going to really be slowed down by any kind of ink at their feet. We're going to see the teams go out. We see Gray still on the range blaster. We see the oh my gosh, I'm seeing red, 2 red pencils.
Wow. I mean, Swap, this is incredible to see. I mean, Rain's such a good option, though. I can't say I blame them, especially with how large that rain cloud travels for and is in general. We are going to see Decaf versus the Squeezer and Range Blaster for the max range next to those pencils, and both running Zap. Oh, there's the blaster pick, but nice trade off immediately. Trade on trade on trade happening in the center right now. Both teams fighting so hard to try to get that first cap. I mean, just constant picks going back and forth. I don't think a single player has stayed alive in the first minute of this game for that long.
Everybody is just exploding right now. What is even happening? It is going to be Celeste, at least the first team to really get a foothold and stay alive longer than 10 seconds. And the zone is going to be in their control, taking out 30 points before it looks like we are going to see BtDx try to get back in here, dropping down with the Zuka. Somehow that didn't connect, but 2 members do go down for Celeste, and it looks like now they are going to lose control. So Atomic now just going to try to take this bunker area, as we see Gray also pushing up. Do they know Cam is on this side? Doesn't quite matter. Is they're going to back up long enough? Do they want to get back in, or is Cam going to just try to set this trap right now? Gonna go, oh, no. Not quite what he wanted there.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. Nerves maybe got the best of them. Cam falling off that edge there. Mickey's going to be on this side, coming back right away in the center, diving back into the zone. Just the pop bubble goes down, though, to a mix of probably the rain and a couple other chip damage. Celeste now fighting to get this cap back and get rid of this penalty, although too much strafing, just too fast. Goes down to a splat bomb. Oh, and Gray gets a nice area of effect pick there. And they're really just going to put a wipeout here onto Celeste, pushing this counter as close to 0 as possible, and Celeste might not be able to find a way back in.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. I mean, best you can do is just try to neutralize one zone to buy yourself some time. We see Cam trying to sneak on through, not going to be able to, and yeah, it's going to be greenstar. Potentially, yes, going to get the win here on their first counter pick of the day and getting the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, greenstar played that so well once they got back from that first initial defensive stance. just pretty much continuously holding Celeste in a stagger, pushing them further back. That was a great counter pick by them. They know that map better than Celeste, it seems, just doing a nice job with their subs, nice jobs with their specials, and coordination too. I mean, that poor pencil that we saw at the end there, just kind of trapped against the wall and the fencing of the map, just trying to tap shot their way to at least a trade, just wasn't enough. Now Celeste is on the back foot, have to pick a counter map, and also putting greenstar in a position where they are one game away from taking the set.
Yeah, greenstar hoping this can be it and punch their ticket to the finals, where they will await the winner of Lion Pizza Chicken versus Moonlight. So hopefully it'll be Mako Mart that they are able to do that. But Celeste, you know, put up a fight better than any other team all day against greenstar, hoping they can keep this set going.
Yep, looks like Celeste, they're ready to go. They got Mako Mart as their map of choice. Nice solid zone in the center, a little pillow to kind of put a little bit of distance in the middle of it. Can't just run straight forward through it. The stacks on each side will be interesting to see how they're going to hold on. And also the alleyways, or as some people call it, the shopping aisles, because Mako Mart, of course, is your lovely Splatoon supermarket. You're going to try to sneak on through and find some players, you know, not ready for you as you're sneaking on behind them. So can't wait to see the weapons of choices. Will they stick with the double red pencil, or is they going to swap back to blue pen? What is going to be their choice for this map?
I don't think I've ever seen a game of dueling red pencils in just all this time of the game yet. You know, it's kind of rare enough to see somebody go for that instead of the blue pencil, but for both teams to choose that alternative, definitely interesting.
Yeah, I mean, concerning both pens, of course, the patch as well got a little bit of that painting nerf, that paint line. It's, you know, getting faster coolers on Zap must have been the ideal scenario for them. And Rain, of course, with that buff they got a previous patch where you could actually heal in your own ink cloud, is a really good option. So without further ado, let's see what these teams want to bring on out as we go on to Splat Zone's Mako Mart.
Yeah, and we see again the foil squeezer able to just lock out so much control. They are going to go back to the blue pencil, which means that Zenith is going to be supporting with the strikes from the Neo Splash. So we see just, again, just carnage in mid right off the bat. Not often you see a pencil be the first member to go down, but you know, the red pencil not quite waiting for farming cooler like they normally would. Gonna try to take a fight early, and it didn't quite work out for him. But we see it is going to be Celeste now trying to push back these members of Greenstar. Somehow that blaster just isn't quite able to find Smith. Wow, what a job just staying alive with all this pressure right now. It is going to be Celeste with some control right now in the early going, not quite able to take the quick lead now. It is going to be Greenstar now back in control, trying to just clear out some of these sharks.
Celeste is doing also a good job at just trying to poke around for some of these players. I did notice that Mickey went for the range blasters themselves. If you can't beat them, you're gonna try to join them, although they are just getting... Whoa! What? I was about to say they're getting dog-piled.
They're beating them.
I mean, wow. Unfortunately, Gray is gonna be the one to end that reign of terror. But a double direct to hold that forward is an incredible job, just narrowly keeping this game alive.
Oh my gosh, this is again just carnage in mid. These teams, they just get their cooler and they are all about fighting right now. There's just no fear with them. But again, it is going to be Greenstar with the control. And we see Cam just trying to, well, not hold the plat. They're going to jump out. We see the cooler, and oh no, as soon as they get it, they're going to be taken out. Yosha really laying on the pressure right now.
Yeah, that range with the pencil is just so good at poking, and even enough to grab a couple picks. Gray is going to camp this ledge here and try to stop Celeste from going in forward at all. They're going to end up trading with the blaster. This is it. This is a chance. Celeste needs to try to go on in. They will cap the zone just for a second to add some penalty, buying themselves a little bit more time to figure themselves out here and find some footing, because Greenstar is all over this map. They're in every crevice you could think of, holding every position, just repeatedly rotating around as well, whatever weapons feel best fit. Celeste unfortunately still isn't able to keep all 4 members up for quite a long time, and just like that, already these penalty points counting down. Celeste running out of time.
Ray's just a menace right now on the ledge, keeping everyone back, which means they can't do anything to the zone. They don't have strikes quite ready yet. Kim's going to try to fire them off. They're not going to be in time, and man, Greenstar, amazing job there in semifinals. They will move on to our final round.
Great performance by Greenstar, locking out Celeste for so long during that game and really getting them into a stagger. Not able to have all 4 members up to come back in. Celeste, though, was able to take a game off of a Greenstar, something no other team has been able to do thus far into the tournament. So ending that perfect run for them, but nonetheless, Celeste did a fantastic job getting this far. Unfortunately, run ending here in semifinals, but props to you, props to both teams for putting on quite an excellent match.
Yeah, definitely great job for Celeste. You know, they definitely showed a lot of fight, but you know, just coming up a little bit short. In the meantime, though, we do have 2 other teams chomping at the bit, ready to get their semifinal match underway. So we will be jumping right into eventually here. Lion, Pizza, Chicken. I like, for whatever reason, it takes me so. It's like one of those puzzles where it's like spelling out a color, but
Yeah.
the font is a different color, and you have to say like what the font color is and not the name. Like, I don't know why. I just struggle really having these hieroglyphics roll off the tongue. So yeah, Lion, Pizza, Chicken going up against Moonlight. So we did see Moonlight just a round ago, finishing off the round robin, able to win that hotly contested 5-game set there. And now the reward for that is they get to face off against these players, Keo, Biscuit, Zeraz, and Goss. Definitely going to be a tough task for them.
Absolutely, and considering the win records for both these teams, it's going to be quite the challenge. Lion, Pizza, Chicken with a set win of 5-0, only dropping 2 games, which were to Celeste, who we just saw moments ago, but they were still able to finish first overall. Moonlight taking a loss to Greenstar in a 3-0, and just barely finishing off their way earlier against Bet to a 3-2 win. Moonlight with a set win of 4-1. Moonlight's hoping to take a couple games here and lead that all the way to a victory, but this is definitely one of the hardest teams they'll be fighting thus far.
Yeah, and we'll start off at Inkblot. Yeah, gonna be interesting to see. You know, really, I was watching a bit of Lion, Pizza, Chicken earlier. Saw them on this map. We saw the, of course, the Buck and Keo coming out, as well as the pencil. And you really do not want to get in a position where you're trying to retake from your plat. You got this pencil in top mid, and then the bucket just poking you from the ledges underneath. A really easy way to just get comboed by those two, not even taking into account the other members of the team who are also throwing bombs, also pressuring you. These players are just really coordinated, able to find the one member that kind of oversteps a little too much and just able to immediately target them and combo them, take them out before you know what happened.
Yeah, and for the side of Moonlight, right, where you've seen a couple comp changes come out of them. We've seen them, of course, Omega doing a fantastic job on that Decavitator. We've seen a Nolan swap around a couple of those shooters from Zap to P-Tech to Neo Splash, being able to supply a lot of strike pressure, a lot of paint and fighting capability, and of course Nolan being able to supply pressure with the squeezer that we saw as well. Basil on the pen, of course, being able to apply cooler whenever needed, and poking with a lot of chip damage. So overall, Moonlight's got a couple comps ideal running just changes in their front line, but it should be interesting to see the type of comps they're going to bring to Ink Art Academy, because again, like with that giant pillar in the center is not where you want the enemy team to be. So if they are going to go anything with Azuka, Squeezer's not a bad option. You're able to wall off the front, especially if you're going to have players like on Lion Pizza Chicken, just camping your ledges, making it hard to go in. I mean, this is going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, really excited to get this underway. We're going to again here. Those of you who've been with us all day, you know, these teams have been at it. One of them is going to move on to our final round here to face Greenstar. The other one's going to have to call it a day. So these teams, these players have been at it since, you know, what, 1 o'clock. So they're probably starting to, you know, face that part where, you know, fatigue gets to be an issue, but also these are top players, so this is definitely not foreign territory for any of them. A lot of them, I feel like maybe now they're just starting to lock in.
Yeah, and I mean, they had a whiles to wait, right? I mean, you had the time to see the previous semifinals match, but if anything, that little break period was their time to either keep planning things out, take a little bit of that break to maybe get some food, kind of refreshen yourself up, or play just lots of solo queue, as today is the last day to try to get your top 500 badges before it resets tonight for the next X-Rank season. But yeah, this is their opportunity now to try to put it all on the table. See who has been able to just continuously hold locked in, and who might have to take a couple games to get things going forward. I mean, we're obviously no stranger at this top level to see the opportunities for reverse sweeps. All it takes is a game or two to figure out the other team, and you're able to start turning things around. Sometimes even just mid-game. Hold it all the way to the end and just be able to cap the zone just for a second, just to buy yourself some more time. And it really helps to try to figure out all your angles.
Yeah, and so we saw, you know, obviously we just saw Celeste, and we saw Celeste almost reverse sweep Lion Pizza Chicken. And we talk about, you know, the seeding and stuff like that. When you look back at the season that was, Celeste 1609.19 was their point total, but Moonlight was right behind them, 1608.57. So less than 1 point separated those two teams, and, you know, put Celeste in the 3 seed and Moonlight in the 4 seed. So if, you know, a team that close could almost get the reverse sweep, then that is definitely some hope for Moonlight, that if they can just play smart, get the matchups that they want, they can definitely get the upset here.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for them to shine just a little brighter, and show that they can take a game off of anything, off of this team. This this pretty much of a pickup for Lion Pizza Chicken. Although fantastic players, though it's not, of course, not going to be easy. But Celeste, like you said,
what a pickup, though.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, incredible.
I've played pickups. I don't think I've been lucky enough to find teammates of this caliber when I've picked up. Just, man, what a, you know, some people have all the fun.
Yeah, no, 100%. Especially when it comes to being able to name your teams. I mean, you know, not every day you get a team called Lion Pizza Chicken entering in your tournament as a part of your results screen.
Yeah, we are going to get underway in just a bit here. Teams are picking their weapons now, so buckle in. Hopefully you got your predictions in, and we'll be underway in just a second as these teams are getting ready to begin our second semi-final set to see who's going to go on to face Greenstar.
Yeah, in this best of 5, every game is going to count. The first 2 games are your only opportunities to try to figure out the other team, whether you win or lose. Especially if you're in a losing position, you want to be able to have that sorted quickly rather than slowly. so you're able to get an upper hand at some point, or if you're lucky to even just take a game. Of course, odds a little bit against Moonlight here because of the caliber that Lion Pizza Chicken is at, just as a team. But if you're able to take even just one game and learn a lot from that to hopefully push it further, I'm sure they'll be in it for a good run. And of course, Moonlight's no stranger either to being in tricky situations. I mean, we've seen them do some incredible things in recent tournaments, both inland and off land, just online. They're able to just put a lot of stops out there, beat a lot of really, really good teams and take games off of them as well. They've been grinding for so long. I know they're really ecstatic to try to see if they can take more than just the games, but the set off of this team. Here we go. Game number 1, Splat Zones and Art Academy. Let's take a look at these comps.
We are going to see, no surprise, Omega on that decapitator, really working out well for them. And then on the other side, you know, pretty standard comp we're seeing. We're going to see the Stamper, so kind of a sword fight here.
Yeah, see what's gonna give which other team the upper hand. Omega, of course, having the opportunity with the decapitator to have those sharp corner turns to get some solid picks. Oh, unfortunately getting caught out there by Kyo as they're gonna hold on forward. We do see Stamper here going on the side, pretty much flanking the pencil, but here comes Omega on the jump in, finding one, trying to find another. Bubble comes out, gets another 2, and that's a delayed wipeout on the side of Lion Pizza Chicken, and Omega's trying to keep things going. Unfortunately, it's picked off. Lead swapped over for Moonlight.
Just the resiliency of these top players and just their inability to be intimidated. Omega was pretty much the first player to go down in this game and immediately bounces back by getting a triple. Just can never count these players out. Even if they have a bad life, they are going to respawn and be a threat once again.
You see the shot here, able to get one. Zuka will find another. They're looking for one more pick with it. Can they find her? Is the pencil going to get him in time? No, to neither. Omega tried jumping in, but goes down at the top of the center there. They will take back zone. Now Moonlight, oh, unfortunately goes down. 2 more to a Zipcaster. Zipcaster trying to find another, gets canceled out. But it's going to be a Lion Pizza Chicken that's just holding this, this spawn area really strongly here. Probably going to get a lead off of it.
Yeah, we see Kyo caught into trouble trying to, at least was able to force the big bubbler to come out. Little, not quite the position they wanted. We see the decapitator is going to go down. We see 2 members now trying to take out this member. Oh my gosh, the follow-up now is going to be Omega, but yeah, just so many trades going back and forth right now. It is going to be Lion Pizza Chicken just holding on to this advantage right now as we're getting close to running out of time. Moonlight's gonna have to win a team fight here in order to extend this game.
Yeah, any specials they have, they gotta try to find a pick, and one they will find on Kyo. 15 ticks to go. They're trying to hold on. Can Omega stall it on the side as the strikes will come on out? You will see the shot player holding on just a little bit more. Bubble will be popped though, causing some trouble, and they will get that cap just in time. Shot quickly punished, but you do see, I believe that's Raz on the Stamper from behind them, taken out by Shadow. Pencil will take out Basil, and Moonlight holds on just a little bit longer for this game.
Yeah, really good job there of executing that retake with their specials when the pressure was on. And now keeping their foot on the gas, trying to at least get some trades on their own on this plat here. Gonna just try to stall them for as long as they can. Their penalty is burned through. It is gonna be, was able to camp that ending, get the pick. The strikes are gonna come out, but only gonna be able to neutralize the zone for the time being. It's gonna be a pain fight mid. The Zukas come out, and they are going to be able to cap the zone before the strikes are able to paint over. We see Biscuit there with a nice pick.
Very nice job there. Biscuit's going to hold for some jumps to come on in. Unfortunately, they aren't able to cap that zone right away. Moonlight going players down repeatedly. I believe that was Goss in their spawn, just picking off the members of Moonlight one by one. Zaraz here holding forward with the Stamper, just kind of, you know, dancing around here, making things hard for no one, but Omega comes to save the day, holding on here as Kyo will get a pick though on the side with the Slosher. Picking forward, trying to lay over some damage over that splash wall. Getting flanked around by Shadow, but gets caught on out. Great awareness by Kyo. Couple more penalty points to go, and this might be the game.
And just what pressure there. Just a really pesky spot to have to be dealing with a slosher. They're going to take the long way to try to take him out, but when they see the strikes come out, 2 members go down, they are going to have to just paint as much as they can, but they have a pencil staring them down along with the zip caster. But it's not over yet. If they can try to get this cap here, we do see 2 members go down once again. Not the heaviest painting members, so we see Nolan trying to get the Zuka, take out Kyo. Kyo is going to go down, and again, we're just trying to cap. We see the strikes come out. That should at least clear some space to finally do it, but not quite. There we go. Moon finally able to get it, but that time it took them was time that they weren't able to get any points off the board. Now we see 2 members go down, and it is going to be with about 20 seconds left. Lion Pizza Chicken getting control back.
I mean, talk about stalling for time. Although Moonlight was able to get it for a second, Lion Pizza Chicken was able to stall it out for so long. Trades finishing this off. It's going to be Moonlight trying to head this into an overtime as they do have capture of the zone, but 2 players going down, strikes coming on out. Is it enough to take over that zone? The zip will finish the rest of the players off. Lion Pizza Chicken secures game number 1.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a bonder at the end, but it seemed like, 2 members from Moonlight just tried to get, behind that wall there before the ramp, and they both just died instantly. So really just kind of killed any chance of them being able to hold there in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, props to Moonlight too for just being able to bring it that far as well. There were some scary situations there that they looked like they were not able to go back in, and then just when you think it's gonna be over, they hold on a little bit longer. Now they do have the advantage here of being able to counterpick the map, and I mean, they've already shown this first game they are more than capable of trying to take some games off of Lion Pizza Chicken.
Yeah, Moonlight definitely a very easy team to root for. We talk about kind of the established teams versus the pickups. Lion Pizza Chicken definitely not a household name, even though the players definitely are. But Moonlight, you kind of recognize them, and it helps when you have people streaming. They have guys who stream often, stream their tournament runs, which is always nice to kind of see. Get that glimpse into the inner workings of the team, the comms, and everything like that. So definitely a team that has a lot of fans pulling for them right now. We'll see if they can even up the set here in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only do you get to root for them from their own streams, but you also get to see their gameplay, right? Hear some of their comms if they do have those going as well. Hear the in-betweens, their thought process, the way they're being able to push in together and understand what's happening live during those matches. And a lot of things that a lot of players can try to take note of as well, especially if you have maybe a player that has a map or a weapon that you like to play yourself and want to earn some tips from. Always nice to see from their POV. Looks like we do have the counter map available as well. Looks like Moonlight is going to be bringing them over to Mahi Mahi Resort.
Yeah, headed to the Kalahari or the Mahi Mahi Resort, ready to this game 2 underway. We saw them, a couple sets ago be able to beat BtDx here game 1. So probably a map that they're definitely feeling a lot of comfort in, and hopefully that can play out well for them here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the capability we've seen them have on a previous set. I think it was the end of the groups that we saw Moonlight have a phenomenal game when they played this. I believe it was against BtDx. They were able to take just an incredible game, have a lot of good holds on it. So, I think they're hoping to do the same thing here, right? Hopefully they can have the upper hand, take a lot of great space. But of course, again, they're going against what feels like a final boss for them, or at least right before, if they're able to take it to their win, a chance to their win to grands. But hoping to have the upper hand here, hoping to turn things around, especially with how close that previous game was. I feel like they feel they're ready to do it.
You have to wonder if Greenstar is watching right now, trying to study their potential future opponent here. They've already seen Moonlight, they've already swept them, so they kind of know what's in store. But if they can kind of do some scouting and at least see if Moonlight can expose some vulnerabilities in Lion Pizza Chicken, that can help them out as they are there waiting on the final side.
Absolutely, taking all the information that you can. We are going to see the same comp coming out from Moonlight and the same comp coming out of Lion Pizza Chicken. Both are comfortable with what they're running, and they want to try to win with those comps. So here we are running off to mid already. We are going to have both teams poking out for that first pick. We are going to see Keo going down immediately. Cooler will be popped to the side of Moonlight. 2 players down now for Lion Pizza Chicken. They're trying to push the rest of the members away. They still haven't capped the zone yet, as they're still holding on, trading off 2 players. So this zone cap that Moonlight has will not be for long, as Biscuit's going to try to tap shot Nolan out of here. Just barely being saved by the pencil. Unfortunately, trading that away. So now Moonlight also no pencil ready to go. Zuka to finish off a couple more players.
Only have ever seen a pencil just run up to somebody like that, but Biscuit just fearless with the aim. And we see now it is going to be Lion Pizza Chicken here in control, trying to get the Zipcaster out now. Is going to find a nice pick on the Shadow, who was trying to get strikes ready, so that's going to buy some more time for this zone to continue to tick away. And we'll see the jump coming in, not going to get punished right now. It is going to be, again, the tide is now changing. It is still Lion Pizza Chicken in control.
Yeah, they have a great hold here as well. Strikes will come on up to try to buy them a little bit of space. One will go down to a splat bomb. It's a great pick by Shadow as they're trying to hold, but Keo doing a great job there, getting a decent trade off. They're going to have the cap back for the zone, so buying them a little bit more time. Nolan trying to fight on hold here. They will get down Zaraz, being poked away by the strikes, and the pencil getting picked off here. Players just constantly going down. It's going to be Lion Pizza Chicken taking back of that zone.
And we see now the Zuka is almost ready for defense. Going to get that charged up. Curious if they're going to wait until we see one member go down. Now 2 drop on this side. Going to try to back up to use that Zuka, but going to get chased down by Omega before that's even possible. And Omega just still running in before the zone even gets chasing Biscuit now. And not going to be able to get the jump off. Oh my gosh, Omega is on a tear right now.
And popping bubble 2 to reset themselves a little bit. They will continue that splat streak, getting 3 players down, trying to hold these ledges, but their teammates are going down behind them. Wonder if there's a player flanking around. They're in their spawn. They're just going to have to try to ignore them for now and reset. Zuka will go ahead and push some more players out. 4 points away from a lead, but Moonlight can't hold on just enough time. And that's going to be Lion Pizza Chicken securing the zone once again. Special is going to be berating on out. Keo holding forward here. Nice reset to not go down. 2 minutes left on the clock. The last thing they want to do is waste any time not having that zone.
Now we see Basil going to have to be forced to jump out because that Zipcaster was all over them at the moment. And now it is going to be the penalty gone for Lion Pizza Chicken. And going to be the strikes coming out, not really going to do too much to pressure anything other than give Omega a chance to get it, pop that bubbler on the zone, but they're really just fighting alone right now. The Zuka now comes out, able to find, looks like 2 players, and now they're going to get taken out. They do get the zone, but it is only going to be Basil left.
Yeah, and as we see here, the shot is just panning up for Zuka, and thankfully they were able to cap that zone, build to buy themselves a little bit more time. Immediately punished, though, by Omega going down there. A nice trade-off. Zuka's trying to find a pick on the pencil, unable to. They're still holding on to the zone strikes to push some more players back by a little bit more time. Omega will drop on the right side here, playing around this snipe. They will probably pop bubble here for a little bit more paint, a little bit of protection just to get Basil in on the pencil. Unfortunately, they will go down. Penalty points are about to be over. Moonlight's trying to hold on just a little bit longer. Can the Zuka live to get a trade? Yes, they will, and they still live to tell the tale. They feel like a player is there, but they jumped out already. Less than a minute to go. Moonlight still has to fight their way for a lead.
That was a big Zuka shot for Nolan, and now I thought they were able to survive that, but they are going to get found, and at least they had Cooler. So now we see Omega trying to make something happen, going to get taken out as well. So again, Moonlight just trying to retake from their plat. They've kind of been in this position all game where they're only able to cap the zone for a bit, but not able to get the stronghold they need. And credit to Lion Pizza Chicken being content with, losing the control of the zone temporarily, but really keeping their presence on the map the entire time.
Yeah, doing a great job at just being everywhere where Moonlight does not want them to be. 10 more seconds to go. That's 3 players down for Moonlight. Full on wipeout. And with that, game number 2 will go on over to Lion Pizza Chicken, putting the score at a 2-0 match point. Moonlight now in need of a reverse sweep.
Yeah, gonna be interesting here because, you know, we talked about in the round robin phase of things, greenstar by far the strongest looking team here, the 1 seed, not losing a single game. We get to semifinals, and you know, granted they did win 3-1, but they did lose a game there. Now it's Lion Pizza Chicken who, you know, took a few minor bumps in the round robin stage, but now on the verge of sweeping their semifinal opponent on their way to the finals. So potentially building some momentum. You know, these are very, very experienced players, you know, continental champions who, you know, they know, you know, hour 4 of the tournament is where things get really interesting. So they are ready, they are warmed up, they are locked in.
Yeah, they know what they need to do to secure this last game that they're going to be waiting on, and they've done fantastic so far. Again, only dropping in games previously to Celeste, so Lion Pizza Chicken is doing a fantastic job at keeping the ball rolling no matter the loss, no matter how close those games might be. They're just on a stampede, and Moonlight's got to find a way to shut it down. Now again, both of these games they have gotten pretty close on both occasions. They just need to find that final step, and I mentioned it before, but 2 games down, this is your last opportunity to start turning things around. Quickly go over what you previously learned about these teams, right? Obviously, they're going to be trying to pick a map that's going to be favored a little bit more for them than it might be for Lion Pizza Chicken. But again, as you said before, Drew, these are national champs, pretty much all on the same team at one point in their Splatoon career. They know this game inside and out, and it's going to be a challenge no matter where they go.
Yeah, hard to sit there and think, all right, what's a map that Kyo's bad at? You know, just, good luck trying to kind of piece together that puzzle. So really just have to go with a comfort pick for your own team. You tried that with Mahi, it didn't quite work out, even though it was a pretty contested game. Just weren't quite able to. You got the retakes, but you never really pushed them out of mid completely to set up a strong defense. You were always just kind of flipping the zone by the skin of your teeth, and then, you know, just kind of getting pushed right back out of it. So they need something where they can kind of establish a presence once they are able to get that flip and get some sustained points off the board. And what better place to try to institute a long lockout than Barnacle and Dime?
That's a really good choice for Moonlight. I mean, we saw what they were able to do on this map against Bet earlier in the tournament during that group stage. Now, granted, it wasn't Moonlight that picked it. It was a counter pick by Bet, but nonetheless, Moonlight got the job done in a very dominant fashion, and I feel they're feeling the same way. They know what they need to do on this map to get into a great lockout point, and they just have to hold it for as long as they can. Not getting overzealous, not kind of diving in practically into the enemy spawn to get picks, but hold them back and don't let their specials try to get you out of the way too easily. Now, of course, same on the other foot though. Lion Pizza Chicken, definitely probably no stranger to this map, of course. Know what they need to do, the ins and outs for this map to hold. It's really going to just be about who can hold it longer and who can really pressure that aggressive stance and just hold it for that point. Now, do we see a complete lockout of going from 100 to 0? Do we see some pushback? Well, as long as neither of these teams probably go into a wipeout point, I think we're in for a really good game.
Yeah, that is a good point. You know, it was Bet to Destroy X who picked this map, but you know, that set was so back and forth with Moonlight, except for that game 5 at Barnacle and Dime. Moonlight was really able to get the KO. You know, not a very long game at all, so probably, you know, just remembering that set, thinking, hey, that was our most, you know, dominant game of that entire set. So, when your back's against the wall here, you need to find a way to not only win this one, but find a way to win 3 in a row. So you might as well start off with what you played well just an hour or so ago.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be the same comp once again out of both teams. Again, if they confidence is high here with these comps, they want to be able to win exactly with them. Great choices by both teams, rushing on into that center. Who's going to be able to find this first pick? Nolan has a great stance here with that squeezer. They're going to be able to actually secure the zone for a few more points here as a great start opening. Using that wall in the squeezer, poke around players, get a nice assist there. It's a great on start. Can they get the Zuka? No, Zuka finds them instead. Keel will go down though as Strikes force remaining members of Lion Pizza Chicken back. And right away, Moonlight's just trying to hold on forward and get some picks, and they're doing a pretty good job at it.
Yeah, Moonlight winning this first fight, but not quite able to finish the job now as their pencil does go down. We see the Strikes come out, and here all alone on their plat, they're going to get taken out. So now there's just going to be up to Shadow and Omega to try to hold the rest of the way. Omega's going to go down, so now Shadow is going to be forced to retreat. And here's that dangerous situation. They've lost all the map control in mid. It is going to be now Keo trying to push up on Shadow, and he's going to get taken out, but we see Nolan there able to punish. So now both teams are just even right now. We see the Zuka come out, and it looks like it's going to find 2 or 3. We see, not quite sure who to credit that all to, as we saw the Stamper as well pushing up great coordination. Now we see Lion Pizza Chicken just continuing to walk their way forward, taking more space, making the prospect of getting into the zone just that much harder for Moonlight.
Yeah, Moonlight's got really one opportunity left to try to push on in. They gotta get some solid picks there, and so far getting down the Stamper is a great way to start, although they're going to be able to jump in. Biscuit backs up here, try to pick the pencil, but Basil will get it instead. That's 2 players down. Moonlight needs to get one more. They do. Push for the zone. Can they cap it? Yes, they will. Moonlight's not over yet. They have a little bit more fight in them, getting a delayed wipeout here, but Omega got, again, overzealous, trying to find more picks. Gets pressured on out, and now that Zuka barely saving it for Nolan.
That was just a blind shot. There's no way that Nolan could have seen that player coming through the strike, just able to really just predict that so well and get the pick, and that's going to enable control, and that's all they needed was just a way in. Now, they have no penalty. They have it all the way down halfway now, and we're getting a situation here where if members of Lion Pizza Chicken go down, they're not going to have time to respawn and recover. Keo able to get 1, able to get the trade for 2, so it is going to be just the pencil of Moonlight, not going to be able to hold the zone on their own. Instead, it's going to get taken out.
Fortunate situation there from Moonlight. Hold it though for a good amount of points. Although that Zuka is a little dangerous here. They're going to find Nolan like he did before. No, barely staying alive here. Jump outs going in. Their pencil is down, so Moonlight now doesn't have a cooler as quickly as they would have liked. Unfortunate there. Omega gets picked off by the shot. Goss is doing a great job at poking these ledges. Going to be 2 players down again for Moonlight. Into a stagger they go. They have to find a way in. Biscuit now just painting a little bit whatever they can. That's not their color. For the cooler. Penalty points about to finish on in. Moonlight, this is your last chance. Goes down to Strikes. Wipe it on the board. 3-0 win for Lion Pizza Chicken.
Yeah, what coordination there by Lion Pizza Chicken. We saw you called out that the pencil from Moonlight went down, and immediately 2 frontliners from Lion Pizza Chicken just swooped, and it was like you called out for them that, hey, the range threat is gone, time to dive in at their front lines. They were to win that fight as well just by getting that pinch off. And so, yeah, Lion Pizza Chicken coming into the finals with a full head of steam, sweeping the semifinals. So they're going to get set to face our number 1 seed Greenstar, who again has only lost 1 game the entire tournament, and that game was just the last round. So these teams, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic set. And, in favor of Lion Pizza Chicken, they're warmed up. They're, like you said, coming hot off of a 3-0 win, off a set. They're raring to go. You had, of course, Greenstar on the other side of the bracket already playing their semi-set. They had some time to kind of wait to see how this would pan out, who their opponent's going to be, take their notes if they wanted to, or use their time to, take a little bit of a break, get some water, get some food. But it's going to be our grand final set. Greenstar versus Lion Pizza Chicken. Looking at these players here, strong on both sides. Incredible win records. This is the #1 and #2 seed. So if any set was close before, this one should be just the same. Super close. A lot of great matches. Totally would not be shocked if we get a couple good overtimes.
Yeah, the infinite wisdom of the SendouQ seeding. We did see our top 4 seeds advance into the top 4, and now we see our top 2 seeds moving on to our finals. So I'd say, maybe the system works.
System definitely a lot better than a hand pick. I hope this is right for seeding. So fantastic job for sure. I believe this is a best of 5 for finals, so it will be, again, just close matches all the way, every game going to count.
Yeah, we're going nice and quick, best of 5 all the way. Curious to just see what we roll for the first map here as we're getting underway. So it is going to be Barnacle and Dime, so hey, that's just how it rolls sometimes. So Lion Pizza Chicken just gonna head back for another trip to the mall. It's like, oh, you got to make a return or something.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk about being ready to go with the comps you already want to run, and knowing what you just did is just right there. I mean, this is going to be great for Lion Pizza Chicken. Going to play it exactly how they just did. Not too much. I'll have to go on to what the strategy is going to be. Although for Greenstar, they had some time. They had to wait for this set for themselves, so they're going to be looking for an opportunity to start things up hopefully quickly, but would not be too surprised if a game or two does get dropped. But again, with their win record they have, it'd be pretty interesting to see if Lion Pizza Chicken can take a couple more.
Yeah, so get those bets in, get those channel points on the line. These teams right now, this is it. They've been at this all day. It's coming down to this final set, these final 5 games. Who is going to take the Season 4 crown?
Absolutely, and just a couple more players readying up, picking their weapons. Any last-minute suggestions that they might have, they're talking it out, getting ready to go. I mean, I would not be surprised for the comp of Lion Pizza Chicken if we do see what we've been seeing before the whole time. Again, shot, stamper, pencil, and slosher. Some of those weapons seeing a little bit of a nerf in the recent patch, but not stopping them from performing at their absolute best. Greenstar, we did see some interesting comps they had. I believe it was on the side of who was Simo Gray, who was playing on that blaster that was putting in a lot of pressure. We did see some great red pencil play, which would be interesting to see here as well. So a lot of interesting and fun comp ideas to rolling out.
Yeah, maybe see Atomic stick with that foil squeezer as well. Just a lot of coordinates well with the range blaster. You kind of have a big special that just kind of blocks everyone's vision, and then a weapon that doesn't really have to aim super precisely. That AoE damage, it's hard to, you're getting screened out, and then you have an AoE weapon just hitting you from the other side that you can't see. Definitely going to be tough to deal with. But again, it looks like the people are leaning towards Greenstar with the advantage here. It looks like about 2-to-1 advantage as far as channel point go, people placing their bets. So if you're a Greenstar believer, the bandwagon is still accepting seeding. But if you're rooting for, I can't believe, just with the players on the side of Lion Pizza Chicken, I can't in good conscience call them a true underdog.
Absolutely, with the stories that they've had, with the efforts they have in the game, it's going to be incredible. And starting things off, here we go. We are going to see the foil squeezer come out by Atomic. That's going to be great on the custom range blaster that is going to have Kraken. And again, same comp we've been seeing this whole time from Lion Pizza Chicken. Immediately though, down goes their stamper player. Zone will go first over to Greenstar. They're going to have quick hold, and I don't believe yet losing a single player in the first 30 seconds. As soon as I say that, to go down to a great super shot.
Yeah, they were dancing around so well, but then we see, wow, the Stamper just single-handedly holding off these members of Greenstar as the zone was still in Greenstar's favor. Just, you know, really good job there of trusting your teammates. They'll get to the objective eventually. I just need to lock them out as long as I can, but you're not going to be able to lock out the Kraken as we see Gray popping that, able to take out Keo, and now going to try. No, not going to be able to take out the Stamper. Runs out of Kraken time just at the very wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, Zaraz and the Stamper, it has been a menace so far. I believe that was like a 6-splat streak they were on, getting all these players on the side of Greenstar away, and with a point lead already in their favor and a really nice hold position, just being able to stagger out these players. I mean, trades going on repeatedly, but if you're Greenstar, you don't want to be trading here. You want to get solid picks. You want to spook these players away. That's what it looks like they're slowly trying to do.
Shot on the Shark right now. When are they going to activate? They're going to activate right now, taking out Gray and able to find, no, not quite able to find another. So this is the last bit of hope for Lion Pizza Chicken, but they are going to take out after they pop the strikes. We see, sorry, that was Lion Pizza Chicken on the hold, and it looks like they are going to be able to hang on just a little longer. No, 2 go down, and it is going to be Greenstar getting the flip.
Wow, Greenstar keeping it alive, putting 3 players down on Lion Pizza Chicken, forcing the last ones to jump on out. They do have specials ready as well. This is now a complete 180, what we just saw a few seconds prior. Just how incredible, how fast the match can change in this game. I mean, right away, look at this positioning here. Specials coming on out, screen to hold some players back. Specials already on the Lion Pizza Chicken, but unfortunately with the Stamper going down, you're going to lose that zip cast ability. Keo does have strikes ready. They do get the squeezer down. That's half of that long range they're able to get out of the way. Strikes will go on to the zone. They have to start putting this pressure to cap it back, and they will, as they are able to get Greenstar in a player disadvantage.
Yeah, quite the penalty for Lion Pizza Chicken to chew through now. They are going to at least start by just trying to secure their hold of the zone. They weren't really able to push up too far because the members of Greenstar already back with a vengeance.
Yeah, immediately. Oh, unfortunate. Kraken getting canceled out there. I believe this is Gauss trying to use Azuka to get picked, but Zenith doing a great job with that 0 jump RNG splash ability, getting a nice pick. Fortunately gets traded off there as well. Greenstar trying to hold on to the zone, get some more penalty points out of their way, but Lion Pizza Chicken is not making it easy as Azuka's going to try to follow suit. Strike secure that zone. Zip is trying to come on through and find one. Will they cancel it out? Yes, it will. Gray gets picked off by the pencil. Keo flanking around the side. Can they find one as they're looking for it? No, get pinched, but they will get the zone.
So back and forth right now, these teams. We see Atomic now cooled up, but gonna have to break off now. Keo trying to find him, and Keo is gonna win that fight and get another member as well. So again, control in the favor of Lion Pizza Chicken now, and then Gray gets taken out as well. So this is gonna be an opportunity for them to get a lockout underway. We see the pencil smartly backing up, able to maintain some presence right now as the strikes come out. Not going to be able to do much as far as influence the zone, just kind of backing up some members. We see the Zuka now and the strikes coming out for Lion Pizza Chicken. They'll get another pick, and it looks like it's going to take a miracle for Greenstar to take this game. It's going to be Lion Pizza Chicken able to get the KO.
Yeah, that was a great hold on at the end there, forcing the members of Greenstar to back up a little bit further than they would have liked, taking out a full KO for this game, winning game number 1. Putting Greenstar at the disadvantage point where they now have to come up with a counter pick map for them that they will be more comfortable and in hope to see if they can tie up the score.
Yeah, so last set, we saw Greenstar lose their first game of the tournament, and now we see them behind for the first time in the tournament. And just the 0-1 deficit, but definitely we see momentum is totally on the side of Lion Pizza Chicken right now. Greenstar going to have to reach down for a counter pick here, and it looks like they have made that counter pick pretty quick. We're going to go to Undertow Spillway.
Undertow is an interesting choice for them to go on to. I don't think if we've seen it thus far yet. at least when the time we've been here on the commentary stand. So considering it is still splat zones, you are going to have that split zone, and you are going to have the spine of the map that's going to be a little tricky, and of course the glass, where the pencils are probably going to have a really good time poking from above. It's going to be a little tricky there to try to find a way out from there, but nevertheless still doable. Greenstar feels really comfortable on this, hoping to put a little bit of a disadvantage for Lion Pizza Chicken, but again, fantastic players on both sides. I'm sure they're going to be able to bring this all the way like we just saw that last game.
Yeah, I still feel like we're figuring out this map a little post renovation. You know, that weird little notch in the middle now, and just kind of navigating around that. So, you know, definitely a lot more terrain to kind of sneak around here. I really worry about dealing with Kyo Slosher right now. You know, just being able to stay in one zone and kill you while you're in the other zone. You know, not something that every weapon quite has the ability to do, but you know, Kyo the Slosher, especially in his hands, gonna easily make that happen.
Yeah, Kyo's Slosher is going to be something very dangerous here to face over if they have control on one zone. So they're going to have to try to find an opportunity to put some pressure a little bit more on Kyo. But especially if Kyo's going to play a little bit differently here, maybe even playing off of the glass, because Slosher just a number on you no matter the height, might be in for some trouble. We are going to see same comp come out from both sides, almost a little bit mirrored. Minus from the Squeezer to the Slosher, but both teams now raring to go, heading towards each side of the zone. It's going to be Zaraz poking from their range, shot building up Zuka for Lion Pizza Chicken. It will be Greenstar getting the first cap, having to reset here, hoping not to go down. Zuka, it's going to take down Gray, forcing now the rest of the members to play a little bit more carefully here. Can Atomic get this pick? No, they cannot, but they will get down Kyo. Trading through is their shot. And it's going to be the sword down as well. The Lion Pizza Chicken took the zone, got a little bit more of a lead.
And we saw the Thermal Ink look like coming out from Atomic there. Makes sense with the screen obscuring the vision. The Thermal Ink kind of negating that, but don't know if the Thermal Ink sees Kyo on the flank here. Is going to take out Yoshell right as they were able to get the cooler out. And Kyo's going to take it down, so now it's going to be Atomic just now trying to find this shot. They are going to jump out, preserving that Zuka, and we see the cooler now from Biscuit just trying to at least get control of one zone here. They're going to try to dodge all these Zuka shots. Zuka is done and now ready to get some kills now, not simply content with just painting.
Wow, that was an incredible play by Biscuit, just poking away, getting that pick, and I get a full wipeout against Greenstar. So now Lion Pizza Chicken's in a really good state. Look at this position they have. Biscuit was on the enemy snipe glass, which is a great spot to be in. Zips going on in with the Zuka. Can they find a pick on the pen? No! Yosha will find the pick instead. 3 down go Lion Pizza Chicken, and Greenstar is holding forward for the wipeout of their own. And now they have an opportunity to get a lot of points.
Zenith just had a perfect Zuka back there, enabling the members of Greenstar to get in. Gray able to finish the job of the wipeout by pushing way up, and now you see just forming a wall here. We see the Wavebreaker come out to try to slow things down a bit, and it looks like they may potentially be able to take the lead.
Yeah, that's going to be a great lead swap on over for Greenstar. Zuka's trying to find one, but they can't quite find it. They do take down Kyo. Zip's trying to find a pick, but they're probably going to get canceled out, and they will. That's the problem with Zip. You're going to have so many eyes on you, especially when you're getting all these players picked off. Greenstar is just repeatedly getting these players down on Lion Pizza Chicken and still somehow just barely holding on to the zone, but Zenith can't hold it themselves. They are unfortunately going to have to lose that, and they're trying to find a pick, at least one with the Zuka. Unsuccessful. Close to getting picked off there, and it's going to be Lion Pizza Chicken back in control of the zone, getting down the blaster, using strikes to hold just a little bit more, and they're going to try to go on forward.
Yeah, this Zip right now coming out is going to be big. Able to just get right where all the members of Greenstar hanging out and not going to be able to find. We see going up into the base. Well, not going into the base anymore was the shot, but they were going to get taken out, but Kyo able to avenge that quickly.
What a great pick there on the Zuka user. And the Zuka coming on the other side by Gauss. Unfortunately, not finding any screen. It will be popped to stall things just a little bit more, but it's going to be Lion Pizza Chicken just holding on just a little bit longer. Just having to stall it out a little bit, which they are completely fine with. Stalling it out as long as it's not in the other team's color. It's going to work for you. 2 players down for Greenstar. They're just trying to get that cap, but it's never enough. Only a few players remaining, a few ticks remaining, and this might be the game for Lion Pizza Chicken if they can keep holding on. Ledge picks go down there for the shot. Great use of that overhead. Another pick going down. Zuka try to find another. It will. Can they find one more? Zuka finds it instead. 1 point remaining, and they get it.
Wow. Lion Pizza Chicken making it look almost easy going against the top highest point earning team of Season 4. The top player of Season 4, Gray, just not quite able to keep these guys under control for long enough. And it is going to be a 2-0 advantage for Lion Pizza Chicken. Greenstar has to win out in order to win the tournament, but you know, to their credit, there's no team more experienced today in winning 3 games in a row than Green. They've done it plenty of times already through our round robin stage, but they did not run into a team like Lion Pizza Chicken in the round robin stage.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have to think that Greenstar had to have an idea of how tough the Lion Pizza Chicken was going to be, considering that the only contender was against Celeste, and Celeste was even able to take a game off of Greenstar, giving them their first loss originally this tournament. So it's going to be quite the hassle for them to have to get things rolling, and so far it already has been 2 close games, but it's been Lion Pizza Chicken able to secure a lot of pressure here, being able to hold for so long, and even strategically letting zone lose a couple times just so you can come back in even stronger, and of course not panicking when it comes to certain situations where you need to come right back in. So again, we're waiting for Greenstar's counter pick. This is their last opportunity to try to come back, turn things around.
We are headed to the airport.
Okay, Marlin Airport. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, first time seeing it since we've been in the caster booth. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the first time anybody's seen this map all day. You know, definitely, I wouldn't say super obscure, never gets played, but definitely not in the super, you know, often tournament map lists kind of map. Gonna be interesting to see what they pull out here as far as just kind of managing. You know, you have these fans going up and down, you have these fans on the side, you know, flank route options, a lot of stuff, but can kind of be a difficult map to retake if the enemy team is able to push you all the way off the fan and you're just stuck fighting kind of in your spawn area.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially with how some of these players on either the team like to just really hold on forward and get as close to the backline as they can, fearing no one and no consequence either. That's the helpful point, of course, of having cooler and even quick respawn builds. But I mean, this is an interesting map to see, especially for zones. I mean, you have the big zone in the center, you have those little stack blocks that are a great platform. Like you mentioned, the spinners are a great way to get into the enemy spawn, and even for the for both teams, use it themselves to give themselves a height advantage, have a little bit more ability to see on over where players could be trying to come from all sides. So it seems Greenstar is hoping that this is what they can do to turn things around. Here we go. Let's see what the comps are bringing out, if anything different. And yeah, actually, Atomic Roller is here.
We love to see it. The roller coming out right now. Not necessarily the map where I would have said, you know, the roller is going to be a great pick here. Not that I think it's necessarily a bad map for it, but gonna just try a different strategy here. We see the Sharking coming out, some curling bombs, trying to poke things out now, and then just diving into zone. We do see it is going to be a nice pick there, but Biscuit able to clean it up. So it is going to be control for Greenstar right now.
Yeah, I mean, greenstar holding on, but Biscuit able to get that beautiful pick on the side. Fortunately, Atomic goes down as well, hoping they could just sneak on in, but it was caught out immediately. Down goes Gray. It's going to be Lion Pizza Chicken. That's going to flip the zone back on over, and they're going to get this lead back, even though it's just slight. They have a great opportunity to hold it even longer as long as they don't go down to any of these specials like greenstar. It's just pressuring out.
Yeah, like the Zuka right now here being popped. Not quite able to find anybody, but again, just pressure. But the big bubbler on the zone is going to enable greenstar to cap this, and then able now to just protect their pencil player is Goss right there, just able to find the players running at it. You know, it could be so hard when you have this pencil providing so much pain, so much pressure. Your team kind of wants to target them, but when they're getting protected, it just makes it extra hard.
Absolutely. Atomic doing a great job getting out of there. They do have, unfortunately, Keo down. Cooler will be popped up. They get down to Gray. Lion Pizza Chicken doing a great job at holding the zone just a little bit longer. Atomic does have that bubble ready, so if they can just get on in and pop it through. Oh, but here comes the Raz on the Zipcaster, looking for any opportunity to get a player picked from behind. Are they going to find one? Yes, they trade Atomic through their bubble.
I hate to see it. The big bubbler not providing the protection that they needed there. The Zuka not able to find anybody either. And now another member, Gray, is going to go down. So they're going to have to try to get this flip before he can respawn. The jump is coming back in. The cooler's coming out, but there's the Zuka is going to force them all to the side. The strikes come out. It's going to make it hard to cap. And I don't think they're going to be able to do it. They're able to neutralize for just a second, but the zone is being painted. Two members go down, and just the last second, Lion Pizza Chicken Dinner is able to hang on, and they are going to take the SendouQ Season 4 finale.
Incredible game in a 3-0 fashion. Lion Pizza Chicken, probably one of the last times we'll ever have to say that name, hopefully, has secured the win for this event, and a fantastic job as well. I mean, that was a beautiful display of being able to hold your opponent exactly where you want them. Great uses of their specialists too, especially at the end there. Raz being able to get a key pick there on the roller, who's just the entire time was able to just kind of go in and pop that bubble more offensively, but forcing it defensively was just a great play. And as all those players in general, just fantastic job overall. Great coordination, not panicking under any pressure, making this greenstar's full set loss.
Yeah, I love the sequence of the specials there on that final hole. You know, we saw the Zuka come out just as Gray was jumping back in. So just when the members of Greenstar were 4 up, they were immediately threatened by the Zuka. They had to shift over the right so they could survive. And then the strikes come out, which, you know, after they all shift to the right, the strikes make it so they all are just kind of stuck there. And that was just enough to tick off enough points to get the KO. And it's going to be winner, winner, Lion Chicken Pizza Dinner.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, what an incredible game. Huge props to Greenstar too, getting it this far. I mean, again, they deserve it. They put up so much pressure, and I mean, incredible record too for an event like this, being able to win the entire way through groups without losing a single game, and only losing them in the top cut section. That's something to be really proud of, and an amazing feat to have. Where most teams are unable to, especially if you looked at the group stage for any other teams that competed today.
Yeah, just very hard to bet against a team being led by Keo, being led by Biscuit, being led by Zeros, being led by Goss. Just the pedigree on that team, really something. But Greenstar, they put up a great fight. You know, the 3-0, not what they wanted to see, but you know, certainly we got some nice high-level gameplay here. Definitely a worthy finale.
Yeah, 100%. Especially seeing where where comps are feeling most comfortable, especially after the recent patch. What players were comfortable running and wanted to still run, and very minimal changes. What we've seen again overall, most of the teams, yeah, having a knack for certain weapons as well, being just the best of the best that they can provide for those weapons. Keo on that Sloshers, Raz being a really great player on that Stamper. Goss doing a fantastic job on shot. Biscuit with the pencil, a novel backline that we've seen time and time again. And of course, the players on Greenstar I mean, overall, we've seen some great plays from Gray, switching to a variety of weapons throughout Platoon 3, but Blaster being just an incredible use. Atomic doing a great job with that squeezer that we've seen repeatedly. And of course, gotta have the roller one last time, go out strong. And Yoshell and Zenith doing a great job respectively with the back and front line weapons. I mean, these players are at the top for a reason, doing such a fantastic job this entire time.
Yeah, so that will put a button on it. The SendouQ Season 4 is officially over. We'll stay tuned. I guess Season 5 is coming. We don't know yet. But definitely keep an eye for that. Get ready to grind with your team, and maybe we'll be watching you guys next time. But in the meantime, we'll be signing off here. I want to thank IPL, Justin here for streaming all this. Glitch, been great to commentate with. Where can the people find you?
Same to you. It's been a pleasure to commentate with you, Guru. And of course, huge thank you to Sendou for hosting this event as well. But people can find me on most of my social medias at Glitch Cactus. And of course, even with Dapple Productions, my podcast, The Cactus Patch, where we cover a variety of topics throughout the community. And of course, soon you will see me next week at Riptide if you are going. Guru, where can the people find you?
They will also find me at Riptide, so I'll be there. Very excited for that. Very excited to see everyone. If you're not going to be there though, and you want to find me in the virtual world, I'm on Twitter at whatisitgreg and on Twitch at GregorooLive. And yeah, so thanks again. Of course, I thanked about everybody except the man himself, Sendou. Sendou maybe has a small part in making SendouQ happen, so we are very thankful for him and very for next season to get underway. But in the meantime, this was a great finale to season 4, and thank you all for watching.